I'm left behind, obeyed the light, but always a gone. You're for me at the bottom line, I lie afraid. Are we in the same place? Falling. I'll be the wake-up call, I'll be the song you
book that I wrote, all of the words that we spoke, yet only with our eyes. Now is the time to choose. Somebody wins and some lose. I can see through your disguise. Lay down, hope for something better. Looking at the clouds, deciphering the weather. You can't keep this up. The lies are just too much. Kick back, start another fire. Looking at the clouds, making shapes that you admire. And you can't stop it now, 'cause you don't know how. You can't stop it now.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world. The things that fade away, yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back.
Reserve time.
Up, Tsunami.
Radiant team back. Dire team pick.
Yeah. Where were you last night, by the way? Mm-hmm.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Oh yeah, this absolutely is the cream of the crop. I've been very impressed by Cloud9 and their just continual improvement. They seem to have some ideas, some strategies that are pretty unique to Dota right now. I think their teamwork and their the early 5-man aspect and the way they like to take objectives is probably faster than any other team, at least in Europe. And then Bears have just been super impressive. Like, holy shit, Bears have impressed the hell out of me. I actually did not think that they were going to be able to stick it to Liquid as well as they did in the upper bracket final. But they really put up a good showing. Liquid just seem indomitable. They just seem like damn near perfect. They just can't be beat by most of these qualifier teams. Anyway, but we're going to jump into our draft for game number 1 in this best of 3. Earth Spirit is going to be a first pick for Cloud9. A little bit of a switcheroo from what we've seen in the previous qualifiers. We always had Slordar as our first pick. Bears do grab that one and waiting on their second pick now, which is presumably going to be some sort of support. It's going to be the Dazzle.
In this fresh patch, everyone is kind of reevaluating everything from scratch.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Sorry,
Yes.
hold on.
10 seconds remaining.
Sorry, I just new setup, so I didn't have a very important mute co-broadcaster button. So you just started dual talk. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. A lot of minus armor strats.
Axe.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah, but Cloud9 counterpick it pretty nicely, right? Axe is going to be a nice response to the Dazzle, at least. Sometimes his interactions with Slordar can be a bit hit or miss. Sometimes that corrosive haze gets the better of an Axe. But going into our second bans, we're probably going to see some of those push strats banned away. We'll see whether or not Cloud9 try and take out the Draw Ranger, while Bears immediately ban away the Luna. I'm presuming that has been a common thread throughout all the regions, is that we still see a lot of push strategies coming out.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban.
Like Cloud9 have addressed this strategy purely to the 7.0 patch and the incentives that come behind, right? Being able to take the outer the tier 2s and turn it into shrines. Now it's tier 3s, but it does feel like Cloud9 are still keeping some of that 5-man, at least from what I've seen. But of course, every team, at least at this level, right, is not going to maintain a constant, this is the only strat we run. Even if Cloud9 do differ up their picks, they may also differ up their strategy.
Especially because historically, I have been seeing Cloud9 having issues ending games. As much as they love keeping the pedal to the metal, they kind of run out of gas. And so it's difficult to say, like, if you should really double down on what you know your team is good at, or you should be like, perhaps we should start to adapt to some of our weaknesses to kind of be like a more balanced strategy. And I mean, they ban out a Centaur and a Weaver, which I don't really see anything clear in mind, but these two teams have met often enough that I'm sure they have like signature picks that they're afraid of. I had mentioned armor earlier, so I can see the Weaver justification, but Bears respond with Lifestealer.
Yeah, honestly, if you look at Cloud9's bans, it fits perfectly into a Lifestealer pickup. A bit surprising to me that Cloud9 are willing to let that strategy go forward with the Slaughter pickup and with the Dazzle behind it. Yes, it's going into an Axe, but I feel like, and they obviously are going to counterpick it, but I feel like it is one of those strategies that purely through strength of execution can overcome counter strats.
Yeah, so we'll see. So I know that yesterday I saw Baby Knight Broodmother mid, and I had asked earlier about what other 7.02 debuts were seen. We had seen Lycan by Liquid, and then I know we had briefly seen a Tusk, but outside of that, you said you haven't seen too much change?
A little bit higher priority in some others. Bane was one of them. But I think most of there were a lot of talent changes, but I think a lot of them, especially when it came to supports, were seen around that level 15, level 20 category. The only one that was really notable, I think, was that level 10, 35 experience buff for Tusk.
And another hero with an experienced talent, Timbersaw, coming out. I had seen earlier today, perhaps while you were sleeping, Ice 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 doing work as a Timbersaw, getting pretty much showing why everyone associates him with the hero. And I know that as far as offlaners go, Timbersaw may have fallen off a little bit, but maybe with these new talents and other modification in 7.02 change, this dude might rise back to top tier.
Reserve time.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty good response to what's picked up so far. He's going to have a little bit of issues with the control of the Earth Spirit, but he is going to cut the Axe down to size pretty quickly, and that is one of the more threatening figures for a Slardar Lifestealer. It does also mean we're probably going to be dealing more with a Slardar support, which again does subtly change that strategy. It means you're going to be a little bit less reliant on the Slardar early Blink Dagger and try and go from there. It can be I think, slower strat than the Lifestealer Slardar with the offlane position.
So then it's typically a priority for the Slardar, like you said, to get the Blink Dagger, but depending on where this Timbersaw goes, do you think he can serve as an early vehicle for this Lifestealer? Or are they more interested in just letting Lifestealer get farm until Slardar comes online?
I mean, it could be Bears take some of Alliance strategy. Alliance, they're running Hand of Midas Lifestealer over and over again for Loda, and they were playing it a lot slower. And the Hand of Midas meant that he was still able to pick Armlet maybe a minute or two later, and so it wasn't like a huge gap in his timings before, and it meant that he had a lot more relevance later on into the game, and they didn't play it as, fast pace where it was like, okay, Slardar Lifestealer, we've got our Blink Dagger, go. It didn't feel like they had that pressure on them the whole entire time. And I kind of feel like that is where Bears is leading us to. Maybe the Timbersaw is mid and it's going to be matched into a Razor. I am not a big fan of that, but I would much rather see Forev pick up that Timbersaw and them adjust their mid laner to the strat currently being run by Cloud9, because Cloud9 do have some pretty dangerous team fight potential. Like, they have a lot of early skirmish power, right? It starts with the Earth Spirit and his roaming potential and Bane's laning dominance, and then it goes rather quickly to Axe and his early Blink Dagger timings, because Axe can always achieve that. And then Razor is just a lane dominator turned into a mid-game steamroller. So I feel like Bears do have to get some early game power out of their mid, but also something that's not as heavily countered as by Axe or Razors as our Lifestealer and Timbersaw currently are.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Is I guess one of the few heroes that can match up. That would be probably a weird lineup, right? But Baby Knight with the Viper mid would be able to match up against whatever Bears choose the last pick, and then Razor would be the safe laner against a Timbersaw. You'd feel like all of your lanes would go really well.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Yeah, I kind of liked the Queen of Pain was the ban out from Cloud9, and I was all in on Queen of Pain in my head, because it gives you a vehicle for Lifestealer early on. It does scale decently well later on to the game, but it mostly gives you a big mid game threat that Cloud9 I think would have a harder time to deal with. But instead, we're going to go for the Invoker. It does mean it's a little bit slower than the Queen of Pain. We are going to, I think, be more reliant on Lifestealer and Timbersaw early than if they had been able to pick up a Queen of Pain mid. But it's still going to be a Furo Invoker that has been super dangerous. The Furo Invoker, especially when he was able to get Quas Wex, was mega aggressive. Like, oftentimes I feel like Bears are sacrificing laning phase to be able to establish dominance at around like the 15-minute marker through rotations. They seem to have a very good read of the very first game that we saw of Bears. They were actually super far behind. And they just played around the Furo SF, and they played super conservatively, something that I think many teams would have abandoned. They would have tried to get very aggressive, try and get themselves back in the game. Bears, I think, have a good read of what to do when they're behind.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more relaxed, because whenever you see Starter Lifestealer, your first impression is always like, oh, okay, these dudes are going to be constantly trying to find whatever they can with the Invoker, especially on top of that. And even though, like, I don't really know if Furo is going to be able to get away with going Exort Wex this game. I mean, he already skilled up Exort and going for Sunstrikes all over the place, which I think he went for 2 of them, which I always enjoy. But he needs it against the Shadow Fiend mid. The problem is that as the mid game approaches, I don't really know how much of a contribution. Wow, he went for 3 Sunstrikes and uses a Shrine. I love this. I don't really know how much of a contribution he's going to be able to have in mid-game teamfights, which is exactly what Cloud9 has drafted towards, is mid-game teamfight dominance.
So you think maybe this is going to be a Wegsort build where you try and get that laning dominance against the SF and then transition more into Quas Wex as you go deeper into mid-game?
Yeah, especially if Furo does go for something like a Midas Ag early on, then I think that would be the most ideal for Bears, but we'll have to see how his laning phase goes, how much Earth Spirit wants to police the Shadow Fiend, and how much Dazzlo feels like helping out the Invoker, if even at all.
We are going to have the standard dual lane in mid. This happens, I would say, like 75% of games right now, but it happens 100% of the time when you have an SF. Earth Spirit is going to try and protect Baby Knight in the beginning and make sure that he's able to get that early CS. He rotates up, checks out if there's a Slardar up here, is going to get the roll in, get some damage onto Firo. This won't result in much, just enough to push Firo back, most likely, and hopefully secure Baby Knight some of those early souls, as he did go for Necromastery level 1.
This very, very early lane is so important. Make sure that Invoker hits level 2 as late as possible, so that by the time he finally gets Quas up, then he's already lost a fair amount of CS, and SF has gotten a fair number of souls.
I expected YapzOr to be starting mid because the Earth Spirit was going to be there as well, and we were going to see 2v2, but he actually went top to begin with. He's now going to rotate out, try and scout out the Earth Spirit, as he's always going to be doing these rolls down the cliff. He's going to nail Firo here. They do have the raises, so they can actually get a lot of damage done, potentially, but didn't feel comfortable diving past that. Now Adam with the body blocks onto Noya is doing a pretty good job keeping him from retreating, but not good enough for YapzOr to be able to close that distance.
Noya's done his job. Even though the supports rotated, neither of them were level 2, so Slardar couldn't sprint to get a crush, which he did skill up at level 1 was the crush, and Adam could have put a poison touch on the Earth Spirit to slow him down. So now that that's done, Noya's going to shrine up down bot with Hestajo, and I mean, Shadow Fiend's pretty comfortable now, 5-1. He's gotten a fair number of souls, and he's got this Wraith Band only Wraith Band and Fairy Fire, basically no real regen, and he's perfectly okay with how it's going, unless if YapzOr can find something.
He does take the 2-minute bounty rune, spots out Adam, grabs a double damage. Noya's not going to fight into that one. It does seem like mid is going to be what the whole entire game is going to be about, at least for the laning phase, because we've got 2 off lanes where they aren't very threatening off laners. The Timbersaw's matched up against a Razor, which is one of the few really favorable matchups for the safe laner against an off lane Timbersaw, and then you've got Lifestealer versus an Axe, who can easily shove that hero out. So both of the off laners are not really threatening, so the supports don't feel like they need to be in lane at all times. Rise is going to get a sleep onto Forev. You're going to see a maxed out static link coming in. Forev's going to have to timber chain away, and on it goes. Forev is just going to have to continue to wait out these static link timings, come forward for a paltry amount of CS and a little bit of experience on top of that, and it just kind of repeats its pattern.
Which is why I'm curious that neither team's supports are putting a bigger focus on blocking out jungle camps. Axe went for an Iron Talon, and I would think that Dazzle probably, especially in 7.02 with some... Oh, Firo mid.
Kickback, medium raise, long raise. He does have the Fairy Fire though. Sunstrike and the turnaround onto Noya. Noya's going to be dropped pretty low, but it's going to be Baby Knight with an uphill hit to secure the first blood against Firo. Crush comes in from YapzOr. They might just be able to... Oh no, Noya! He rolled slightly right. Forev wasn't able to get the Timber Chain onto him. Still might be able to catch him though. He does not have Whirling Death though. So it's not going to be the easiest kill. He's going to have to do a little bit of right click. No, he missed the Timber Chain and the neutral creep takes the kill. Oh,
that was an ankle breaking demonstration.
find the ultimate there. Fada is going to be run down. They need the Axo to be able to get the Shell Grave. They managed to sleep him, stall him up. Fada's not going to be able to TP out. They will manage to get that double kill. But it seemed like Cloud9, honestly, their timings were just a bit off. If Baby Knight wanted to be able to defend that tower, they needed more of the C9 members to be behind him a little bit quicker, because that SF, it may have been 1 for 2, and they did get the Lifestealer kill, but you cannot be losing your SF in this game.
No, especially because you handed Forev another Bloodstone charge, and it is a damn shame that the Lifestealer did die, but that's a pretty even trade, because as we've established, Adam is a effective non-factor as far as it goes for kills. I mean, he's doing great, he's getting Graves out, which Lifestealer did get Nightmare to cancel out his TP, but yeah, I'm surprised that Baby Knight felt so confident. I thought the reason that C9 wasn't defending the tower was because Axe was dead. And if the Axe is dead, then you can't really initiate on your terms. You just need to get crushed on and then hope that your Razor and Bane are in the vicinity to, I guess, do the counter initiation with Static Link, Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, and whatnot.
Yeah, if they actually had that, right? If they had, you know, defensive sleep on Baby Knight, maybe it dodges the Sunstrike or something, and then they have the Axe counter-initiating, blinking in, hitting the call, you know, that everything can turn. Cloud9 could actually win a whole entire team fight without losing a single hero because they have the kind of heroes to win team fights right now. But they just need to have the right kind of positioning, and it does seem like Bears are one step ahead of them, right? They got the quick kill on the Axe, establishing control in the top lane. Then when Cloud9 finally decide to defend, his heroes come back up. They don't really set themselves up for the team fight very well and don't dominate as they should.
And now when C9 is going for the offensive, Invoker has the Ag completed now, so this is a real difficult push. Even though S does have the Dragon Lance and Razor both have Dragon Lances, they don't feel confident going for this push at all.
Sunstrike does 537.5 cure damage. That is pretty rough. Open Wounds leads into Forev getting a small combo on Baby Knight, but Baby Knight is pretty big. He does have the Silver Edge as well as Dragon Lance. Now, he had a BKB queued up at one point in time, but it looks like he's going to try and continue to build damage here with a Manta style now in his sticky.
That, and I think he may want to be able to purge off Corrosive Haze. We haven't seen the extent of the power of this armor strat yet, but Lifestealer, like we said, Desolator completed. We have Corrosive Haze on deck, level 2, and we have Weave, which we haven't really seen a full-on Weave fight yet. And so all those things added up, even though Shadow Fiend loves attacking heroes with little armor, he does very poorly if he doesn't have very much armor.
Honestly, yeah, I'm thinking Cloud9 maybe are just going to miss their timing entirely. Because there is this problem with Ace. He's just too underfarmed for a Razor. Like, I don't feel like he's impactful enough, in part because of the Boots of Travel pickup. Maybe the next team fight will change my mind about that, but it does seem like they just don't have the overwhelming power like they should right now. They are going to be able to catch Yapzor, Blink in call, but Forev responds with a good combination on Hestejo, missing the Culling Blade, so they're not going to have that extra movement speed. Forev actually gets off a 3-man crush, and maybe picks off Hestejo. Hestejo does get a defensive sleep out there, and Vero TPing away. Invis is good. Noya couldn't get the kick out. Adam, once again, he will be dying here, but the two supports go down on the side of Bears. Cloud9, we're hoping to be able to get more, hoping to be able to get core kills off that smoke rotation.
Yeah, Bears Forev went face first into an Axe Blade Mail. If Timbersaw was able to stick around in that fight for longer, that would have gone much more poorly for Cloud9, but unfortunately, he got half of his HP bursted down just trying to kill the Axe, and it didn't even happen. And Axe did miss the Calling Blade, and so not only was Grave be able to get its full duration off, but like you said, they didn't have the move speed, and that extra move speed may have helped them get one more kill, but they got the Dazzle, and they got the Slugger. So C9 are, even though they're not really, I guess, getting their timings. No, what?
The Yapzor TP'd in. He tried to get, he knew SF was going to back up, so he immediately tried to run in and get a stun. And if he had been there just a half a second earlier, he hits the stun before the invis, and then he gets Corrosive Haze, and who knows, maybe they chase down Baby Knight. Because Cloud9 were thinking, you know, we picked up 2 kills. Even if they're supports, we still have a numbers advantage. So they tried to spread out. They tried to do farm efficient things. They tried to push out some of the lanes, get decent map control. But Bears, this could be a huge turnaround. Them attempting to do Roshan boldly in the face of Cloud9 is one of the riskier plays that I do not think they need to attempt at this point. They do back out of the pit before Cloud9 is there, and now maybe they can bait C9 into a 5-man engagement around the Roshan pit rather than getting initiated on, as Firo does have that blink and does have some of the Quas abilities beginning to come into play as well.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Firo join into a team fight quite yet. He's been on the outskirts of them, kind of either discouraging pushes or discouraging further engagement. Now, with Link Dagger completed, and it looks like he's going to be going for a boots of travel of his own, Firo is going to be everywhere during team fights.
Do you agree with my assessment of Razor, by the way? Like, he's sitting neck and neck with the Timbersaw, but I feel like they should have been able to suffocate the farm of at least the Timbersaw and the Lifestealer more, and have more of a net worth advantage over those heroes.
As a Razor, sometimes you need to think, like, is my job to build... Oh,
two-man. Oh, stun. Nice. Lead save. That's a beautiful one. They managed to get the Script onto Fada as well. Somebody needs to be able to stop this backline. Fada's only down to half health. Adam gets nuked down. Now Fada may end up going down as well. Has to Joe get that Culling Blade. Can't get it, but the damage over time will suffice. Noya, kick out. Barely missing Farev as it trims his ass hairs there. Farev does manage to get back to the tier 2. What an initiation there from Bears, resoundingly defeated by C9. Now another initiation, another two-man call. This time the combination is on point for Rev. Of all things, gives a right click to Razor to finish him off. Now tries to go for another one, misses the tree there. Looks like he still managed to catch Hester Joe. They'll be able to get that kill, and into Noya as well. Noya gonna try and kick away and roll, but they do have the Yule Scepter, which sets up the Sunstrike combination. They'll take 4 down out of Cloud9. They went from initiation, beautiful one, from Bears going immediately wrong, to then a second initiation going oh so right.
They went from having Firo, they went from not having Firo to having Firo, even though the Lifestealer was dead. He was like, whatever, man, we don't need him anymore. I got all the initiation, I got all the damage we need. All I need is you just put out a little crush, and then you just let me handle the rest. What I was saying earlier is that as a Razor, you have to determine whether you want to build damage or you just want to steal damage. And in the first half of that fight, he was stealing damage. He had 224 Static Link from Fada. They won the first half of the fight. Then Static Link ran out. A really nicely positioned crush and a deafening blast meant that Razor couldn't do anything. And then after that, Bears just tore apart the remainder of C9.
Fada now has an Aegis. It's a bit of damage on the tier 2. Cloud9 need a way to be able to take control back of this game, because this Firo Invoker getting bigger and bigger. He's level 18 now. He's going to start getting to a point where he has the maxed out Quasses, and then he gets to those talents as well. And I'm not sure if a carry SF is going to be good enough to deal with both the Lifestealer and the Invoker. I guess the Razor does have more late game power than he used to, thanks in part to the talents. One surprise for me is there was the change of the Razor level 15 talent, but he didn't go for it. He went for the 150 cast range, which initially I think was the best thing you could go for. But they changed up the talents and now gave the other one a plus 130 unstable current damage. Do you think that might have been a pickup there, or is it just not enough single target to warrant the increase in damage?
I am of the school of thought that unstable current is quite possibly the most boring skill in Dota, and obviously because it's a passive, but like, Ice Rug has been systematically removing passives from the game. Unstable Current just like hasn't been on his list yet, and I think it's because he himself forgot about it. He's just like, whatever, I'm just gonna like change the talents, give it some more damage whenever single target. Initiation,
nice initiation, Bears.
Illusion.
Hit an illusion, and oh god, Brev actually completes that TP. They're still gonna fight this one out. Brev's right on top of Baby Knight. No, Baby Knight blows him up with a big time ultimate. Now Fada's gonna lose all his damage, and he has nowhere to run to. He has an Aegis, yes, but he's gonna be surrounded on all sides. He has a rage up as he comes back, so maybe, just maybe, he can get an escape out of this one. There's a call from Master Joe. Fada looks like he's going to be blown up before he can infest anything, so he's done so. Wow, that was huge. Cloud9 Baby Knight getting one hell of a Requiem of Souls right on top of Farev, who's one of the harder heroes to eat through.
And one of the best heroes to get that amount of magic damage on, especially in the beginning of the fight. Just eliminate... Oh, wow. Hester Joe getting a kill on Yapzor.
Yeah.
If they can remove
Tim,
the Timbersaw, and like it's a combination that Firo needs to be able to be effective in team fights. He needs someone to tank the focus, and Timbersaw is usually that role. But as soon as Timbersaw died, and as soon as the Aegis went down, Firo was just like, yeah, I'm not a part of this fight anymore. I'm leaving.
I want to admit something to you, Sanami. When I was talking about the talent of Razor, I started that whole entire thing. I thought it was Plasma Field. I'm not even gonna lie. I thought Unstable Current was a spell too. I was like halfway through, and then I was like, I hovered on the abilities. I was like, oh, Unstable Current isn't the first or second one. I was like, oh shit. It's
you corrected yourself halfway through, which threw me though. You were like, not enough single target, and like, I mean, I
good
guess.
Recovery, right? Good recovery.
You threw me though. You juked me. I was gonna be like, what are you talking about? No one. I thought you were gonna be like, not enough distance between him and the heroes. Yeah, I mean that's why Plasma Field's not the play.
I do love the fact that you talked about how Unstable Current just is. People forget about that because I forgot about that ability. Yeah, that ability is. Someone give Razor an active, another one.
Yeah, or just turn it like how Synergy got changed on Lone Druid, or how Witchcraft got changed on Death Prophet. I mean, it's okay. Just give it like something else other than being useless.
Oh man, oh man, I thought I was when I read that at 7.02, I was like, oh, that seems pretty cool. I was like, that's a decent level 15 talent. Never mind.
I read that and I facepalmed immediately.
But it is true, right? There is, besides that change up, the talents do offer Razor more late game power. Because I think all the talents synergize really well with the static link, and then you've got that level 25 plus 14 static link damage deal, which I guess is what a 50% increase in damage stolen. It's not bad.
It's not bad, but it depends if C9 gets to high ground at any point, because at some point you may want the attack range to just siege from a distance rather than engaging in these 5v5 fights. Ace is kind of going for like a middle of the ground build all around. Like his item build is like, okay, so he got the Manta style for move speed, BOTs for move speed, and he has Dragonlance and BKB to be able to like stay in the fight. But then his talent tree is, it's like, okay, I'm gonna tank up with the HP, but you know, I also want to be able to stay near the Lifestealer and chase him around. So Ace is kind of like a jack of all trades right now. The question is if not being a master of any of them will be a problem, because right now Shadow Fiend, it's very hit or miss whether Baby Knight has an impact in the fight or not. But now that both cores on C9 have BKBs, it might be a bit easier.
So you think this is the point, Cloud9? Do they push for tier 2s, or do you think they still have a window where they can wait for Roshan and try and take that Aegis?
It's going to be such a small window, though, because there's a Desolator and Corrosive Haze. Rosh is going to go down in an instant, so they can waste a lot of time keeping Ward Vision and, you know, keeping one hero around the pit, but I would prefer them to just start dictating the pace and start forcing bears to, I guess, withhold pushes, because it's okay to use these BKBs in these skirmishes at this point.
Yeah, I like that idea. Don't take the risk that bears are able to sneak in a Roshan against you while you're waiting for it. Don't let them try and run you around the map. Go fight ban now. See if you can get an honest team fight. One that neither team has that extra life, and you both are just taking a regular old 5 versus 5. Initiation on a Baby Knight here. Rev's going to bring him down to back half health. Nice Manta, though. Rev is going to be stunned up. Also with the Silver Edge, he's going to lose a lot of that armor. Looks like Baby Knight with the Gold Scepter is going to get a lot more magic damage to get the Fiend's Grip back over here. Firo did manage to pick up one. He got the kill on the Axe. Looks like Fada and Yapzor are going to have to run away. Adam does get caught once again. That team fight was very broken up. Firo managed to get the Ice Wall onto Ace, but it looks like they're just on their way out. Yapzor, couple shots there from Baby Knight, but as a whole, Cloud9 do win it 1 for 2, and I would always trade, I think, the Axe for the Timbersaw, so Cloud9 might just be able to take this tier 2 now.
They want it. Oh, more nice Manta dodge
again from Baby Knight. Static link damage, stealing everything from Fada, so he has to back up. He actually does no damage right now. Looks like Fear's still feeling comfortable though. Trying to catch somebody. Tornado misses Baby Knight. I'm a bit surprised that Cloud9 don't take that engagement. I guess because of the Bloodstone on the Timbersaw, though. That timing was rapidly drawing to a close, and Forev joins the team fight, things could get pretty nasty.
That and the fact that they won the fight because of BKBs exclusively. It was both teams, I guess, trading initiations and then them saying like, who's going to be able to withstand more. Baby Knight got initiated by the Slardar, and the Axe and Razor of C9 got initiated on Tornado top lane. Whatever. Yeah, so BKBs were able to win the first half of the fight, and that's why Firo wasn't able to do anything. Once the BKBs run out and the cooldowns are engaged, then Firo's like, well, it's time to party. So I can see why C9 left.
Man, that was... From a camera perspective, I did not know what to do with that team fight. Because, you know, Forev was like, okay, Forev's probably done for, especially once Rise managed to clip him with that Fiend's grip.
It's a damn shame because I wanted to see what Baby Knight was up to, but I saw you were watching it and I was like, I guess I'll watch this Razor take a bunch of damage and do nothing and be slowed by an Ice Wall. And Baby Knight's just picking up kills on Adam and all over the place. Like, he might do it again.
He might do it again. Or Adam, man. Leave Adam alone. As to Joe, he needs to be a little bit closer. They want to try and make sure.
They're baiting. They saw Baby Knight. For some reason, Adam's left behind.
Tornado comes out. Shallow Grave early on. Hester Joe doesn't actually find him. Will try and find him now. Force Staff, and away he goes. Nice save.
Whose Force Staff was that? Oh, it was, yeah, so it was Slardar. Well played. Yeah, they had this Sentry Ward near the Radiant Shrine, so they saw a Silver-Edged Baby Knight walk up, but I guess an Invoker himself can't get initiation because if you Tornado, then Baby Knight's going to BKB as soon as he hits the ground. If you Cold Snap, that is not going to be enough, so they saw it, they couldn't do anything unless the Slardar shows up.
Roshan has been spotted out by Firo, and I'm sure Cloud9 will be taking a peek into the pit quite soon as well. Because they know Roshan's up, Forev's going to try and push out the side lanes as quick as possible. Cloud9 know about it now. They're going to back up. Looks like they bought a smoke. Ear Spirits, so maybe going for a smoke play here, trying to wrap around, catch Radiant.
Dire Shrine is worried about the that they don't do at that same spot that's gotten them the first 2 times.
Well, Baby Knight's out of mana, so they're going to go up to that
That's what the shrine's
to
for.
give him the mana.
No.
And then from there, they're probably going to smoke.
Oh, well, 2 of their heroes are missing, but they really look like they want to smoke.
He's waiting for the smoke to come off cooldown. I mean, they've seen the smoke and everything. Even if they don't pop it right here, they do know about the intention. Now, the TPs are going to come into the shrine. Oh, Forev gets caught by the call. He's going to pull right back in with the Fiend's Grip. Yapso thinks about trying to initiate to stop that Fiend's Grip, and then thinks better of it, knowing that he can't actually stop Forev from dying there. Firo and Vada are going to try and quickly do Roshan themselves as a 2-man combo, but Noya is here, and this isn't going to work. Firo jumps out, maybe catches Noya. He managed to get off the silence on Firo. Can Rise and Baby Knight take advantage of that silence and that damage over time? Forev's away. Managed to get off the Ghost Walk. C9 can take the Roshan, though.
Can they? I don't know. They're loading up a
Maybe not.
bomb.
Yapzor. Nice combination. The ace, but now here comes the combo. Hester Joe manages to call out. Baby Knight activates his ultimate. Lets it go. Yapzor gets away with the Shallow Grave. Nice save from Adam. And now tries to heal up Vada, but get ripped apart. Vada, with all the damage being stolen away from him by Ace, is probably going to go down. That extra armor is keeping him alive, as well as the armlet toggling. Plasma Field is not enough, so looks like Adam's sacrificial play does manage to give Vada just the extra bit of space needed for him to get out. Cloud9, they haven't taken Roshan yet, but they do win the initial fight. Rev is now back in town, and Bears are probably going to try again.
They're towing around it. I think Lifestealer's very unhappy with how this game is going, though. So not only was all of his, like, the full duration static link, but he also had a level 3 Enfeeble on him. So both of these things are things that you cannot purge off as a Lifestealer, and he can enter the fight, have like a paw away at Razor for like maybe 3 hits, and then that's it. Like your contribution as a damage dealer to this fight is over. You can maybe put some Desolator hits on people if you want, but no one else is going to be able to deal physical damage.
Yeah, it feels like we haven't felt the impact of Forev as much in these last couple of engagements. He just keeps on being blown up by Fiend's Grip plus the SF ulti, or in this place, got caught in the shrine area, and they need that hero because lifesteal is entirely countered. The late game that we're looking at from Bears and why I was kind of siding them with the late game is has nothing to do with the lifestealer, right? That guy's countered out hardcore by Bane, by Razor. That guy's not going to do much, but Timbersaw and Invoker should be able to do a lot more, especially later on the game as BKBs start wearing out. But C9, they're taking a very dominant mid-game approach. They're still going to try and do Roshan, but they got spotted out by the Sunstrike and don't feel comfortable trying to do it underneath that vision.
I'm actually surprised that Fada went for an AC on this Lifestealer because it just seems like they're so all in on armor strats, and like it's great if Lifestealer can hit people, but Lifestealer can't hit people, and then like it's up to Forev, like you said, but Forev is all pure damage and magic damage. Firo, mostly pure damage, magic damage. It's just the Lifestealer right-clicking people, and all of Bears has itemized towards making sure that this Lifestealer can right-click people. Maybe they can right-click the Roche down fast enough, but
well, would you rather have him like go straight for Abyssa Blade or something? Is that what you have in mind?
Either that, like some sort of control item, I think would have gone further on Fada, because he has no problems killing people. It's just like if he gets the initiation and the people who he's killing aren't able to, I guess, counter-initiate. But as soon as Slardar crushes, Fada emerges, and then that's it. You're going to get enfeebled, you're going to get Fiend's Grip, you're going to get static linked, and then you have to leave.
Counter-called by the Axe as well.
Exactly.
There's a lot of issues, yeah. Speaking of that counter-call, Hestejo is trying to improve his survivability by going for a BKB. Cloud9 did have to give up on that Aegis. It's now on Fada. I'm not convinced Fada is the best hero for it, because I feel like he's just going to die most of the time. Because he's, as you said, like we jump in, we do this combination, he immediately gets countered. I'm not sure if his second life is going to do too much for him, but...
Oh, but he does have a Lincoln's now.
Yeah,
and
the
I
Lincoln's
do like
is
that
nice.
quite a bit. Granted, it only stops one of the many single target spells that I guess, so they'll be able to either enfeeble or static link, but one of them is going to go on the Lifestealer, and both of them are issues, so it'll help a little bit, but I mean, hopefully they can get initiation quick enough that the other spell won't even come out.
We have a Gotti being built by Ace, not too surprising. This is going to be a nice tanky item for the Razor. He's rapidly closing in on that 25. There's another upgrade that I wanted to talk about that was a change in 7.02. They had the workaround there with the talents for Bane on the later ones, and while we don't talk about it in the early game, we are approaching that area. The plus 75 enfeeble reduction, because he's been using it so much, that's almost that's 195 damage reduction. That's pretty much all of Lifestealer as he is. So that's going to be a ton. So that's going to be a big upgrade. And then he also has a movement speed talent at 25, which may be worth it. I don't know, against Slardar and Lifestealer. I'm not sure how that how much value that plus 75 movement speed is. Jesus Christ, that's a lot.
I think the prevailing joke of 7.02 is that a whole bunch of move speed buffs or talents got buffed, and everyone's just like, why? You know?
Oh, not
like,
again.
What are you trying to do here?
Rev, silver edged. Baby Knight wasn't right on top of him for the ultimate, so he didn't feel good about the Requiem of Souls. He basically has to execute for Rev in about 3 shots. The Requiem, the silver edge hit, and then maybe 1 or 2 hits after that. Baby Knight's going to be forced to use the BKB here. They do have the call out, but nice initiation from Yasuo. Actually spots Hestejo on the back lines and goes for him first. Now it does allow Baby Knight to get out, but at least they stopped that counterplay. They'd gone on the SF, they would have been counter-called by the Axe, and that could have turned bad with TPs in from Cloud9, but they do manage to get on top of the Axe, and that allowed them to push into high ground here with this Aegis.
Lincoln's popped by Feeble number 1, but Firo coming in with tornadoes.
That tornado seems to last forever. Speaking of Firo, he's closing on 25 as well. You think anybody starts getting that tornado talent, or is it still all AoE deafening blast all the way?
I've seen tornado a few times, especially since he got buffs. Like he doesn't have he does have an Octarine, so it's a really short cooldown. He may use it now.
The stun goes out, Baby Knight with the corrosive haze. Manta's off that one. Fada. Now the Lincoln save away from the static link. The ultimate does go down. Forev going to be caught by the Fiend's Grip here. They try and save him. The axe is not there to be able to stop that shallow grave, so they will actually keep Forev alive. Now Ace comes forward, tries to finish him off, but a blink away just ahead of the plasma field saves his life. That corrosive haze combined with the Desolator just tears Ace apart. The Meteor's going to slightly miss, but it's still good enough to be able to get the kill onto Rise. The Bane is down, but Hesta Joe is back up. So Cloud9 still have an opportunity to defend here, but their tier 3 is down, and that does open up shrines now. Miss call out from Hesta Joe, wanted to be able to eliminate. Miss kick as well from Noya, does not manage to land on Firo. He does manage to get the silence out on him at the very least, but has to back himself away, but they're playing this in and out game very nicely. Cloud9 missing a couple of spells there. Is the push going to come in from Bears while they still have that numbers advantage? Doesn't look like it. They think they've done enough damage, and honestly, with the tier 3s opening up shrines, I think that's a good call.
Yeah, how foolish of me for thinking that Fada was actually itemizing to kill heroes. No. He was itemizing to put C9 under the gun whenever Bears actually starts approaching high ground. C9 would not want to have to fight without their axe, and you saw how messy the initiation is. Whenever they don't have a blink call to set up like the stun on Earth Spirit, the silence, or Bane can get a nice safe Fiend's Grip, Fada was just chewing through the tower, and C9 was like, well, we don't have a choice, we have to take this fight. Thankfully, they don't get very many casualties on either side, but Bears, like you said, they take the 2-3, and now the top lane going in.
Oh yeah, he needs to hit this kick. Oh, it does land on Firo, and they manage to get the dust out. Firo has been caught inside the trees. What an excellent play. Firo, you know he's going to do these sort of things. His Invoker, especially in the early game, if you've ever seen his Crosswicks Invoker, super aggressive, super in the face of the enemy, bouncing back and forth all around the map, and he's going to take that same style of play into the late game as well, and try and pick off these heroes when they try and go for the split pushing. And Firo does get resoundingly denied there, that attempt on SF's life. Now, with him down for another 60 seconds, Cloud9 have an opportunity for a push of their own.
And Razor does end up going for the plus 14 static link at 25, so it looks like C9 are confident that they're going to win fights. They don't need to just chip away at towers. They'll get a pick on someone like Firo, and then they'll try to force out a buyback.
Tier 3, are they going to buy back here? They are going to try and get some damage onto Baby Knight, but again, Manta Style comes out, and this could be a lane of racks. Maybe Bears feel more comfortable keeping the buyback on Firo and losing this lane of racks. Call comes out, Fada comes out his rage, does have it coming up in a second here, but it's already the static link onto him. Ace is beginning to chase him down, getting all that extra damage, but they're going to try and pop him with magic. He does manage to get off the BKB, starts running himself away. He has the gem, so his escape is crucial for Cloud9 to keep this map control. Firo trying to slow down some of these heroes, does jump onto Rise, looks like missed initiation on a Baby Knight, fails to claim that kill. Yapster 4 snaps forward, can't get him. And that is not good enough, I would say, for Bears, considering the fact they used the buyback of Firo and only got a Bane for it and still lost tier 3 and melee ranks. Bears are now significantly behind Cloud9.
That's such an expensive defense. I can't believe that they weren't able to... I don't really know where Firo TP'd to, but I would have thought that with Blink BOTs, you pretty much had your pick of the litter about where behind the tier 3 you wanted to go. And, I mean, maybe they did manage to get... I didn't even really see any tornadoes on anyone important, so... I don't know. Firo was not able to get what he wanted out of this buyback.
Bears... They've taken some map control, they push out, and then they just don't find anything. So they're going to turn the only objective they feel comfortable taking with the double damage on Fada. They're going to grab this shrine. But after this,
man, they want to defend?
What? This TP Rise, this is a dangerous one. They do manage to get the call out though. The Absor caught, not going to be able to counter initiative whatsoever. BKB activated by Henjo. Now Fada tries to get himself away from the static link. That did get back to Ace, but he popped the BKB. Fiend's Grip on the side, looks like it did manage to catch one, but Rev does manage to get out. Fada keeps on moving forward, but Ace is just hitting like a truck at this point. Nice AoE deafening blast there, and to catch both Ace and Hesta Joe. Stop their pursuit of the Lifestealers. So in the end, all they lost was Adam. So that was actually decent for Bears. They still got that shrine. They've got the side lanes pushing in. They do have room to work with against Cloud9, even with the loss of their melee racks.
Dire's
Bears are getting some extremely important item pickups. This Lotus Orb has proven to be so important. Oh, Crush!
BKB not activated fast enough. Baby Knight gonna get blown up. Manta dodge, maybe? He's not. BKB activated, and he managed to get the Silver Edge Invis away. That was a very close call.
Nailbiter. Yeah, so these item pickups are Bears making a massive difference. This Lotus Orb pickup, it's not really reflecting the static link, but it's making this Razor just be like, I don't want to have to touch you. I don't want to have to start this fight until your Lotus Orb goes down. Now, Timbersaw has picked up a Sheepstick, Invoker has picked up a Sheepstick, and the two BKBs of C9 have been at 5 seconds for a long, long time.
And this is the dangerous point that we alluded to during the mid game, is when these BKBs start going down and when these hard disables start coming in from Bears, their magic and pure damage, which was before a little bit lackluster against these 10-second BKBs, become all the more potent.
Thankfully, Baby Knight has completed a Satanic, but I mean, that's a great item, assuming that you're not crowd controlled the entire time. If you're cheaped, you're getting stunned, and I mean, I don't really know if he's going to have the luxury of activating it whenever he does get low. He might just need to activate it as soon as he jumps into a fight if he thinks he's going to be taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Lifestealer's about to pick up some control as well. He's trying to work towards that Abyssal Blade, which is always one of the finishing items for the Lifestealer. This 15% evasion has been super valued, by the way, for the Lifestealer, because there's not any MKBs.
Yeah, that's why I do like Midas Lifesteal a bit. Oh, BKB actually, just to dodge the tornado. Okay.
Want to make sure they get this Aegis, and they don't get initiated on. Yapster gets caught by Hesta Joe. Nice pick. So with the extra life, and now a numbers advantage, Bears may be caught with their pants down. They do have the Lifestealer. Thought it's going to go for a quick split push at bottom lane. The range racks and melee racks could be gone, but Cloud9 endgame scenario, no, they're actually going to back up. Ace won't be here in time to save the range racks, but he will keep the melee alive. Baby Knight also bounced back, so it looks like they gave up on the push, at least for now, and Bears can actually push forward through to mid lane. Perez trying to catch somebody right now. He does get the Sight Device onto Noya with the Shivas. They manage to get another Shivas out from Thero with the control coming in. Noya actually dodged the Meteor Blast. Nice turn. The silence and stun. Ace is rapidly approaching this team fight, and Bears have to retreat here. A bit of a cold snap stun. Hero's going to be the one caught by the static link here. Has to go, jumps forward, misses out on the call, it looks like, but the Suns still come in. That Deafening Blast is huge, though. Firo bounces away, and it looks like he will manage to get out, but a feed on Avada might just spell the end of Avada's life here. A Bloodthorn ensures it. 80 seconds down, Cloud9. They're on the cusp of being able to win this game now. If they can force these buybacks and execute another great team fight, the game could just be over.
Noya being able to get that silence and what should have been a definite death scenario for him. He got Sheepstick, he dodged, he moved just a little bit north to make sure he didn't die to the Chakram. Now the push continues.
EMP burns out all of Ace's mana, something he doesn't have much recovery for. Deafening Blast, pushing these heroes back. They're just trying to buy time, I think, until the Dazzle's up, and then they'll probably have to buy back on the Lifestealer, unless somehow they can actually get a quick kill. Ace, he may lose his life here, gets a Force Staff, he's good. Other Tornado out. I don't know, they are defending pretty well. 3 versus 5. Now they've got Adam as well here to throw out the Weave. Maybe they can keep this Lifestealer's buyback in the bank here. Still 30 seconds left, but it's tough to push into this Invoker. He lays out constant ice walls and tornadoes. There's the Weave.
So he's up to full HP. Baby Knight still has his Aegis. So taking the tower down to half HP, but yeah, looks like it was a successful defense. That's now Lifestealer's up in 10 seconds.
Wow, that was... I think other teams, maybe less experienced teams, less experienced players might have jumped the gun, rolling that buyback down from the Lifestealer, but Firo, mostly his Invoker, but also that initiation in mid with the Slardar, does manage to hold off Cloud9 for now.
Radiant's bottom
taking one
is
shrine,
under attack.
and the natural rotation is going to be heading towards that other shrine. Bears are there to try and counter that movement. They see Razor up at the top lane, and they realize Cloud9 not going to go for that play anymore.
There's a lot of patience coming out from both teams. Earlier, whenever they had seen the Timbersaw in the gank that Noya was able to get the silence off from the Timbersaw Invoker, Bane could have used the Fiend's Grip to put the Timber Saw under, but he's pretty much just exclusively using it on Lifestealer, and that's working out so well every single time. And that, like, even if Lifestealer did buy back, I'm pretty sure Fiend's Rip was up again. And I mean, we mentioned all the problems that Lifestealer has. They're problems no matter what. Unlike Invoker, who is like, okay, if your BKB timings are down, now I can start playing. Lifestealer just is not getting a chance no matter what happens.
This is not your normal Infest gank. Hero pushed out the lane just well enough to be able to get the backdoor protection down, and they tried to use the Absorb and Vada to be able to hit that melee rack, but they've been caught in the process. C9 TP'd all their heroes back. Couldn't actually catch Vada though. Covered up by Firo, and that tier 2 tower looks like it might get denied here or not. So Cloud9 responding pretty well to it. They seem to have an idea of what was about to happen. They TP'd a little bit preemptively. Still get that tier 2, still keep melee racks alive.
It's forced them to move around in places they don't want to, though. This Aegis only has like another 50 seconds on it. Baby Knight really wants to make use out of it because, I mean, without that Aegis, it's very risky pushing high ground against his team. Now, initiated on briefly.
Maybe Absol trying to force out a BKB usage or something like that. If you use the BKB, right?
Yeah. This is such a risky backpack. I'm very surprised that he's putting... I would put, like, the AC in the backpack, because if he does get jumped on, and he does get crushed, I mean, like, there aren't that many... Well, actually, maybe he is that concerned about sheep sticks. He's like, whatever. If they initiate on me, I'm probably dead anyway.
55 minutes in, the score is 18-28, but in reality, it is pretty dead even. Cloud9 are up by 10,000 gold, Bears are up by 5,000 experience, the Aegis is worn out. Cloud9 currently holding a slight advantage. They do have the melee and range racks in mid lane, whereas Bears have only taken the range racks at bottom. Bears do have a bit better control, I think, but Cloud9, they have the power to just barrel down a lane at any point in time and force a defensive fight from Bears. I don't think there's the same kind of luxury on the Bears side. They have to be a little bit more hit and run style, I think, from them.
I don't know how effective their hits and runs will be, though. Noya has completed an Aghanim Center now on this Earth Spirit, so these pushes, these stages are a lot easier now, a lot lower risk as they take another tier 3. Nice crush.
Bloodthorn onto Forev. That one used up, but it's going to be back up in 5 seconds. They do manage to get that melee racks. SF just goes ahead, lets loose the ultimate, knowing that Bears are going to have to back away from it, and it does allow a pretty easy retreat from Cloud9. So they go ahead and bet. They barrel down a lane, they take a tier 3 and a melee. Mission accomplished. Not much that Firo was able to get done.
Nerves of Steel by Firo. He TP'd, and then either he canceled it, or he was just like, whatever, we can't defend this, I'm going to keep pushing top. But he didn't show up bot at all. And I don't know if he could have helped the melee racks survive or not, but it seems like Firo is changing up his game plan now, and man, if he can get a... there's no way he goes through this.
He's been hiding in the top lane for quite some time. The Slardar is coming over without the Lifestealer inside. I don't think they have enough combination of stuns, especially with Noya here with a pullback. That Aghanim's upgrade, that's going to be real detrimental to Bears' attempts. Ghost Walk does come out. Noya unable to get out that Enchant Remnant. Hero still stuck in the trees there. That was awkward, but he's good. Scythe on Hesta Joe.
Oh, man.
Oh. Bot 2, I like this. They're covering each other really well.
Well, this is the benefit of basically everyone being 6-slotted, I suppose. Baby Knight doesn't have his Aegis anymore, so he puts the BKB back, and he's eaten the Moon Shard, he has the BOT2s, this Shadow Fiend is as camped out as you can get. I guess you can drop the Silver Edge, but the break itself is pretty useful just for the damage reduction still.
Yeah, and cutting down the reactive armor on Timbersaw.
True.
Quite nice as well. Cloud9 stand pretty well grouped up. 3 heroes behind Baby Knight, and they have Ace with the bots too. In case the initiation does come out, Yabzor baits the initiation. Might still be caught though. Does have a tornado covering his tracks. Noya and Ace are going to be on top of him, manage to hit the stun, and Yabzor is die. He gets off a last man crush, but...
Ooh, drops a gem also. That's a bit expensive. man, Yapzor was just like, what the hell just happened? I just want to blink crush someone instantly, and Axe blinks in, Earth Spirit rolls in, someone's BOTing on the rolling Earth Spirit. He's just like, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. And the rest of his team is trying to push mid lane, Bloodthorn Timbersaw, but there's no stun.
Ace and Hester Joe back up to defend. This does mean the SF is now exposed in top lane. He starts backing away right as Bears think to get aggressive on him. Fira may still try and dive out because they know they have such a big numbers advantage in this top lane if they can just get the catch. Unfortunately, the Ghost Walk and Blink Dagger doesn't seem to be enough to get a fast kill. They pursue this heat and may still end up running into a hole by Men of Rise. Now, Rise is going to get blown up by that combination. Baby. He Silver Edges on through, gets caught by the Tornado. Ice Wall laid out as well, so he's going to have to head around. Stun kick out for Noya, but here comes that Scythe of Ice from earlier from Zarev. The Sun Check over the top, finish him off with a Timber Chain, a little bit more. They've got him. So Bears do manage to find 2 picks. They are the supporting crew of Cloud9. That isn't a game changer by any means. Maybe if Roshan was up, but Bears won't be that fortunate in time.
Even once one of these cores die, it's still not going to be like life or death because like everyone has buyback. Everyone important has buyback, so everyone needs to strap in because this game is still going to go on for a while. Roche is up now, so this is going to be an important objective if either team figures it out.
Bots 2, they're going to catch Hester Joe. This is excellent. They take out the big initiator of Cloud9 while the 2 supports are still down. Maybe, just maybe, Bears can actually force some buybacks here. They have the bots up on Invoker, so we can join his team on a mid lane push if he wants, but it looks like he's just going to Wex on over. Fada gets some damage onto the tier 3, but I think once the Earth Spirit is up, this push gets a whole lot more dangerous for Bears. They get Enchant Remnanted and toss back to the tier 4s. I don't think there's anything Bears could do to save that hero.
Depends on how eager Earth Spirit wants to be with Blinks. Another blink in. X.
Rush on Ace, but a little bit of lack of synergy there. Tornado, right as Fada tried to get some damage onto either way. Another 35 seconds till Hester Joe is back up, and he does have buyback. If Bears overextend themselves, he may buy back, damming the death timer and how low it is just to be able to get a better initiation. The Bears do retreat. Not be surprising there. They get another tier 3 tower, another small progression in objective, but ultimately nothing too big. Cloud9 keep their buybacks in hold, and they will wait until their 5 mana's up.
No new 25s on deck yet. Lifestealer, I think, was the last person. Either that or the Timbersaw. Timbersaw went for the 20 strength, so he's very, very tanky, and Lifestealer actually did not go for the 1 second rage duration, but went for more armor, which I'm a little bit surprised about, seeing as how there isn't that much minus armor on Cloud9, and I would have felt that 1 more second of magic immunity would be more valuable, but we'll see. They're going to get this Roche basically for free, and it's a cheesy Roche.
He is now up to 73% physical resistance on the Lifestealer.
True.
All that armor. They will have the extra life, but I don't think it goes to Fada, and sure enough, it goes to Yapzor instead. The big initiator, who most of the time has just been poking at the enemy team and not actually been committing. The D's, was that over on Adam and his backpack?
Needs to be very powerful.
Throws the meteor down, starts Wexing himself backwards here, but Noya may still manage to catch him. He doesn't have a blink up. 8 more seconds still, but he does have the gem. No, he's still out of range. Another 4-step, but he's still out of range. Another roll forward, but Firo just remains 1 step ahead of Noya at all times. Turn around, Ice Wall. Maybe he's got it for the Scythe of Ice. Bots too. Firo's got to get up. Blink up in a second. Deafening Blast back, and he is away. His team has time to be able to take the melee ranks at bottom lane. Firo got chased so far out. They knew how important that kill could have been.
Oh God, and Ace used his BOT2s onto that Earth Spirit, so he can't get back to defend this quickly. Hester Joe gets his TP canceled by Firo with a cold snap as well.
Hester Joe's probably going to die to Firo now, but Fared may have been caught around those melee racks. A stun comes out from Yapzor. That comes forward, but thinks better of it. Even with the Crows of Haze, he doesn't want to fight into that one. His Adam's already dead. They don't have that Shallow Grave. He throws out the Abyssal Blade while he's still ranged up, so he doesn't take that Unstable Current slow, but he looks like he's still going to go down. Silence up by Noya. May just get Yapzor as well. They finally bring Hester Hesta Joe down so Firo can join this fight and get out a tornado, maybe to save Slardar's life. A long-range sleep. YapzOr trying to sprint himself away, but Ace, he's actually faster than Slardar. He's going to be able to catch him out with the plasma field. That will be the Aegis. And now Forev and Firo have to try and strike back, get the right kind of initiation. Good Shivas. Initiation on Ace as well from Firo, but YapzOr dies the second time, and now Forev very rapidly running out of mana, head towards the trees, but they've got him with a static link. A deafening blast trying to bribe Forev's space, enough for him to be able to get the blink dagger out. Looks like he's away. Firo catches Baby Knight on the pursuit again. So Cloud9 won't be able to get extra there. They lost their melee racks. They did get a lot of kills, especially that big one on Fa.
Kills don't matter anymore. It's all about objectives. That's why Firo immediately BOT'd to the bot lane, not back to the fountain, not to play it safe. No, he wants to keep this pressure, relentless pressure onto C9. That was such a rapid fight. Everyone was just like clawing at each other, trying to get whatever they could. Bane got his Fiend's Grip canceled by a Linken's, and like this Slardar was just on the run constantly, just hoping to get whatever space gap creation he can. Firo was just basically tossing out every single spell as soon as it came off cooldown. I don't really think that this game is that much closer to ending though, just because the Rax goes down.
You see this cast range on Ryze? Good lord. He didn't take the enfeeble damage, he took the 175. That's how he got that really long range nightmare onto YapzOr. But between that and the Ether Lens, his range is huge.
Yeah, so hopefully he won't pop Linken's with Fiend's Grip next time, because that was a bit of a misplay. But yeah, with all this range, the siege is strong from C9, but that's assuming that they can ever get to a tower.
Timber's got 10k in the bank.
Where does Bloodstone go? How could you just leave your Bloodstone like that?
It looks like the charges are a little bit too low. He's going to go for Bloodthorn up next.
He just hides his shame, so I can't make fun of him for how low his Bloodstone charges were. I see how it is.
Yeah. He's in this very close, game one in the lower bracket finals. Forev is sitting there thinking, what is Nami gonna say about
Thank you. It's about time I get some respect around here.
He's like, I better hide this from him.
For what it's worth, I do think that cooldown reduction on death would be pretty important, but I mean, I guess, like I had said earlier, everyone important has buyback, and that has not changed in the 10 minutes that I said that the first time. We'll see if it changes whenever C9 feels like pushing down this top lane.
Ace has got a Scotty in his backpack. That's how you know everyone's farmed. Ace, I'm not sure what he does. He used BKB, and then after the BKB is used, he swaps it with Scotty.
I think he uses Pike to get the Linken's off, and then he swaps it.
Okay. Forev, Chakrams out. Managed to hit Hesta Joe there. Hesta Joe is planning on actually calling there. Does manage to jump Firo now. Firo's in serious trouble. Had a Meteor Blast going down, but just gets executed. He's going to have to buy back at the beginning. Oh, they managed to get a bash on the Baby Knight as he's thrown out the Wrecking of Souls. There is a buyback piece now. Hesta Joe trying to manage to get two on the call. Forev still being comboed on by the Fiend's Grip. Ryze stays alive because Hesta Joe's initiation. He managed to complete that Fiend's Grip. Another buyback up for the Timbersaw. The refresher is used by Firo. Tries to get a max deafening blast charge onto C9 to bounce him back, but they can't actually get the kill. Hesta Joe sacrificing his life, makes sure Bears can't pursue. Cloud9 running their way out. Looks like Ryze may be caught, but the cores get away, and that is what's most important here. Bloodthorn under Ryze will ensure there is no counterplay from him, but Hesta Joe managing to get the call to keep the Fiend's Grip onto Forev forces another buyback out from Bears, and they may just keep the rest of their buybacks in case. We'll have to see.
These are very, very important buybacks. There's a Timbersaw, a Shadow Fiend, and an Invoker buyback, and all of those are critical. And it turns out what Ace did is he activated BKB, and then he immediately shoved it into his backpack for the Scotty. And so I can... It's pretty slick. But, I mean, it's a 5-second BKB, so how important is it really? He was able to survive that fight, but these refresher deathing blasts basically shoved him out, and even if he did like purge off the disarm, like it's so much mitigation on both teams that it's a race between whose crowd control runs out first, because that's when the real fight begins.
With the refresher down, and I know Bears want to be able to force the buybacks on the two remaining heroes, but honestly,
those are not super important buybacks. And if they do buy back and catch you, that could be the end of the game, right? You don't have the refresher to be able to get that big team fight, nor do you have the buyback on this hero either. So Ace chased away, does have the static link on the Fada. Kind of trading damage around.
I've never seen a game where Lotus Orb is so important for pretty much everything other than reflecting. They're purging off hexes, they're purging off all these random ass spells, and they're discouraging usage of items, but really, it's just counterintuition. Man, Baby Knight is 8 slotted right now.
Yeah, Jesus. Baby Knight's ready to go, man. He's ready to swap in that refresher after he uses BKB Requiem. Go for another one.
This is the real micro. Don't let anyone tell you that about controlling units. No, no, no. It's about controlling items.
That's 7.0 for you. He's ready to go with the Silver Edge when it's time to back up. Swap in that Silver Edge, ready to go invis and leave. Meanwhile, Hestejo's living the simple life, you know? Hestejo's just like, I just blink in and pop late mail and call people. That's
Man of people. I can relate to that.
Yeah. Good for you, Hestejo. I'd vote for a politician called Hestejo Wrong.
Absolutely.
He's got to be a stand-up guy, right?
Hestejo 2020. Believe in the Blade Mill, the ultimate 6-slot item.
25 to 34, 70 minutes in. You know, these net worth and experience grants, no one really cares about these at this point in time. It's about items, it's about buybacks. That is what the late game is about.
It's about this smoke. Let's see where C9 wants to go.
Yapzor pops it. Blind call from Hestejo, but Yapzor runs right into all these heroes. Managed to get the crush. Dodges the stun out Noya as well as the roll. This bots 2 is actually coming in, but he's enchant remnanted. You don't want to be near Yapzor anymore. Yapzor is done so. He does have a cheese, but he gets called up by Hestejo, and I don't think he would have popped it anyway. He just would have been beaten down again.
Ooh, this timing though. Roche is up in 10 seconds. No team knows about it yet. Invoker may send Force Spirit in, but like even Roche, like who's going to pick it up? All the cores are 6 slotted, 8 slotted, 9 slotted. Like, they can give it to the supports, but I mean honestly, like I think C9 they don't care about it. They're just gonna go for the.
If you force the buyback from the Slardar, you probably just back away. I'm not sure if Cloud9 feel that good about the buybacks missing of Timbersaw and Invoker. Honestly, it's just so dangerous to push into a refresher Invoker. We'll see though, jump outside the Bison to Baby Knight. Now here comes the buyback. Hestejo counters with a call, but Ace is actually being torn apart by Fada right now. He managed to get a Missile Blade and another bash, but now he's actually been Fiend scripted up by Rise, sitting on the side. Fada is going to end up going down. He does have buyback, so that is still okay. Managed to get the invest off into Vero. Well-timed definitely blast entrance, and he managed to get his hero out, but Baby Knight gets stunned up again. Fada pops out, tries to eliminate him, but still ends up going down. Now the buyback for Rev at half HP. Vero sitting on the left-hand side, but if he gets initiated on once, he can just die. BKB Baby Knight uses the Requiem as well. Again, trying to ensure the retreat. It looks like they may have just done it. Cloud9 get Baby Knight out. The rest of the heroes are so far away that I don't think Bears are going to be able to catch anybody. Cloud9 may have just made another big move.
He still gets out. Okay. They get the Fada buyback, but it's basically traded for saying that Lifestealer now has 2 lives. He's going to drop the Desolator for the Aegis. I think... Okay, Yapzor has 2 cheeses, so this is a connoisseur. You know, he's building a fridge in his inventory, and they will not push with it.
I mean, they don't have buyback for Timbersaw or an Invoker, but it is coming up in a minute and a half. You have that Aegis timing to be able to work with. I think they just kind of sit back and try and control the map, but don't be too aggressive until you have those buybacks up.
Well, C9's expecting aggression. They're having a team huddle in their tier 4s right now. They're like putting their arms around everyone. It's like, all right, why can we never end games as a team?
Someone's gonna figure this out for C9. How do like? It's funny because part of it is the not this game, but part of it is like that 5-man push all these towers, and then you take towers, but you can't go high ground. That seemed to be the problem before for Cloud9. But a game like this, evidence is that it's not just that, right? It's not just the fact that you 5-man for all the outer objectives. So it's something seriously wrong or right for C9 in that they can always push the late game. and they have these, and it's perfect, right? You're getting the experience under your belt. Cloud9 is well aware of having 70-minute games.
Oh yeah, no, you bring these people into your strengths. These are the Bears. How many games have they played? How many minutes Dota do they really have? C9 has a library of minutes of Dota they can look upon. They'll be like, all right, 73 minutes. I can remember the other 20 games that I've been in this situation before.
They're like, welcome to my world, Bears.
That's right.
The late game where everyone's on the edge of their seat, where one death could cost you the whole entire game. One pick off could mean everything to you in this game. One. Yapster's trying to build the Lincolns. If there have been any fresh items, they're trying to keep up to date. Forev does have the Dagons being built out. That's Dagon 3.
Oh, what? Backpack isn't shown in this items thing? That's a shame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, I mean, that's the real important thing, because freaking Razor is stashing a Scotty and a Satanic. Shadow Fiend is stashing a Refresher Orb, and what is he working on now? A Scotty, of his own?
Yeah.
Okay, well. What about 25s? Any new 25s? I guess Sir hit his. What is that? 10% bass chance. Okay.
Nice. I'm down with that. He's having
right.
problem hitting people in the first place, though, because of the butterfly on Ace.
Yes, but that's what 2 cheeses are for. You're bound to hit someone at some point.
Doesn't he have... There's not a cooldown on cheese, right?
No.
Oh, no, there is.
Oh, no, it is 40 seconds. Wow.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, there's no way. Like,
No way.
he dies in, like, 3 seconds flat. So he's going to have to pop that cheese, and then he's just going to die in 3 seconds later. He won't have that second cheese to use.
True. He'll cross that bridge when he reaches it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Water.
All right, well, the buybacks are up on the Invoker and the... It was the other one, the Timbersaw, who didn't have buyback. Actually missing gold.
And the Shadow Fiend, who had also bought back.
It seems like they feel like having buybacks is more important than Aegis, so maybe they're just going to wait out this Aegis timing entirely, in which case Lifestealer should have his buyback. Cloud9 get aggressive as the Aegis fails.
It's a disadvantage. Fada would rather have his Lincolns. He's just keeping the Aegis as a formality. They're like, all right, I guess I killed Roche. I got Yapster his second cheese, and I guess I'll carry this Aegis around.
Oh, the smoke up. Maybe all this theorizing about what Bears are planning is all wrong. Maybe they've just been buying their time until C9 push out like this.
This is
feeling okay with themselves. They managed to get a Radiant scan onto Rise.
They're reading the direction.
2 onto Firo, trying to jump in. Fred's going to be the first one forward. Doesn't manage to get a quick sight device onto anybody. Bots onto a creep as well. The Razor's going to be in this fight. Here comes the entrance. Heads to Joe. Gets pushed back by Definitely Blast. BKB activated, so he managed to dodge all that Meteor Blast damage. Fada's got the static link on him. He's being torn apart by BB Knife and Ace. He does get the Celebrate. He's good for now. Heads to Joe's on the right-hand side. Refresher activated by Firo. Turns around, sight device. Heads to Joe. Does end up going down. Fada will lose his Aegis now, but Baby Knife's down to half health. Pops the Satanic. Starts beating on Firo. Firo nudges to get away. Ghost Walk, and he's... Noya tries to catch up to him. Does manage to land that roll. Has the gem. Firo as well. He activated that BKB. Does manage to get out back over to Fada, who's being kited around by these constant Scotties. They do manage to get the Dagon onto Rise. Fada pops his Rage and TP's out. Yapzor sprints away, and it looks like, despite it looking like a post-apocalyptic engagement, the final clash between these two teams, we're going to have one more. Most of the teams get out. Most of the buybacks are still saved. It's just Hesta Joe's is the recent buyout.
Now we watch the fallout. Invoker debuted both his 10-second and his 9-second BKB in that fight, and that's what allowed Firo to live. He used it, refreshed it, used it again, managed to get out, and that's why he still has buyback right now. And if he didn't have buyback, or rather if he did die, then he would have bought back, and we would basically roughly be in the same position we are now. But the important thing is that, you know, C9 are... They're really sticking it to Bears. They're saying, well, you can smoke into us, but we'll still take the fight with a smile on our face.
Obviously, the initiation is paramount here. Bears, I think that was one of the things they failed there, is that they were trying to come in with this Ghost Walk on Firo, smoke up and everything, and Forev was the one who jumped in. He bots two onto Firo, blinked forward, but right as he did, Hesta Joe managed to get into the trees, and they didn't get a quick, like, sight the mice blow-up kill.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, is that all this initiation... Oh, never mind, on the Shadow
quick blow-up kill! That is the quick blow-up kill! Holy crap! 2 minutes, has to joke. He doesn't have buyback. He's already made his initiation. They're going to try and bot 2 in with the SF, but now they're at a numbers disadvantage. It's a 4 versus 5 for Cloud9. They're going to try and chase down Forev on the right-hand side here. They might be able to finish him up. Key's Gift goes down, but he's going to immediately buy back and TP into this engagement. Baby Knight with the BKB turns around, faces up against Fada. Manages to invest inside of YapzOr. YapzOr turns around with the Lotus Orb, thinks about going for Rise, thinks better of it though. They're waiting for Forev. Forev did not have routes of travel to be able to get into this one. He had to bots 2 earlier. Or maybe he just canceled it or something, but he does finally make it back into this gauge and walk in the long route here.
Okay, so Axe is down, and that's very important because that is the only AoE initiation that Cloud9 has.
All right, Smoke initiation immediately gets popped out there. Good Lotus Orb on the side device on Ace. Turns around, starts getting the static link onto Fada, but bumped back by a deafening blast. Ace is down to half health, is going to need this shrine. Rev tries to come forward and pick him up, but now he's been bloodthorned up. He gets slipped up for a moment. They're going to be able to execute him. No, the Shallow Grave comes in. Rev has to get out. The last shots are not there to time with the Shallow Grave failing out. So Axe not being there, you said it's very important, not just for the initiation or counter initiation, but also the Shallow Grave becomes ultimately effective in late game scenarios now.
To be fair, I have not done very many blades through Shallow Grave, but if you only need one.
Oh, they jump onto a good bait out from Baby Knight, but Fada still fully in committed, tries to go for Ace, but a Manta and a Lotus Orb dodge. He's good. He turns around on low HP, might just be executed by the Sunstrike. Oh, that would have finished him off. He had only 400 HP, and that Sunstrike does around 500. Dagon onto Rise with the extra Bloodthorn damage. If he had pulled it back, he would have finished off Rise, but Forev leaves it out there. Looks like he was orchided up, so he couldn't. He doesn't get the pullback damage that would have finished off Rise. They're going to try and execute Ace while Hester Joe's still down for another 10 seconds. Hester Joe, he's not here, and Ace dies. He's going to be forced into a buyback. A Rage Rax goes down. Fada going to be slowed down by the Scotty. Ace keeps on coming forward. He has the static link ready to go, but he gets bumped back. Deafening Blast and a Bloodthorn usage. Ace, Gene's Grip, Rise in the background. There's nothing to be able to stop him. The Sight Device comes out, but it's on to Ace. Now the follow-up. It goes down. Zero. He ends up getting dropped as well. Buybacks are going to be forced to use by Bears if they can't fully retreat from this one. It looks like they caught Forev as well. YapzOr, he may be caught here by Hester Joe, leaps onto the cliff and will manage to TP his way out. Now it's Cloud9, full commitment forward. They've spent so many of their buybacks. They only have Rises, and they need to force Bears to use some of theirs, but Forev, he does not have buyback, so Cloud9 know. Even though they don't have buyback on many of their heroes, they do have the numbers advantage as they push uphill.
No more time for Megas. The time is over. I think it's time for tier 4s. No? Baby Knight? Thinking about it?
Radiant's top
Baby Knight starts beating on the tier 3. Poke here from YapzOr and a pullback from Noya. They have so many ways to be able to react with these defensive supports. The pullback from Noya, Rise has that sleep and Glimmer Cape. Managed to get an Enfeeble off on Fada. That does a lot. They're going to take the tier 3, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, Bears may be giving up into Mega to be able to hold until Forev is back up. Now the initiation BKB activates Fada. He actually gets on it, head to Joe here. Deafening Blasts aren't effective with the BKB still activated, but he managed off the right with the souls, and Baby Knight's down. 2 minutes, no buyback. Fada, he goes for Ace up next, managed to get a lucky bash. Now YapzOr comes in, the BKB lasts a little bit long, but not long enough to stop this tornado with the Sunstrike. Ace is down as well. 2 minutes, and this could be the end. Bears, they've killed 2 cores with no buyback. Rise does have a buyback, but they're missing all of their damage. How can the 2 supports in the offlaner possibly hold against the 4-man of Bears as they just trample into the base, ready to take those objectives?
They're walking around. They should know that Razor and Shadowfiend don't both have buybacks, but they're backing up. They're waiting for Forev. The offlane.
I think they're waiting for Forev, because why not? You know those heroes don't have buyback. You still have a full minute with Forev in the base with you. Bears want to make sure everything is above board here. Everybody is here ready to fight. Before they try and end this.
Cross your T's. One more Rax goes down. Fada, thanks about tier 4s.
Hester Joe's going to have to make some sort of amazing Blink Blade Mail call play. And I don't even think that's going to be enough to kill any of these cores. They just seem to be too tanky. The tier 4s are going to go down. Cloud9 finally come forward. BKB activated by Joe pops that blade melt, but you can see Firo is only going to go down to maybe half health. They get comboed up by Swordar, hits through the double crush, and that will be it. Cloud9, they brought Bears into their world, the late game world that they're so experienced with, but Bears still managed to hold in this game. 1.5 minutes, and it is finally over.
C9 and Bears both basically headbutting each other for 80 minutes straight. C9, I guess, cracked first. I don't.
Inside the book that I wrote, of all the words that we spoke, yet only with our eyes. Now is the time to choose. Somebody wins and some lose. I can see through your disguise. Lay it down, hope for something better. Looking at the clouds, the sliver in the weather. You can't keep this up. The lies are just too much. Kick back, start another fire. Looking at the clouds, making shapes that you admire. And you can't stop it now, 'cause you don't know how. And you can't stop it now.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know.
side lane, missing exits. I'm glued to the pavement, between the lines. I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. It's time to break away. Forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. Cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. Taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. Cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel? Don't you wanna, don't you wanna, don't you wanna feel?
Reserve time.
The Timbersaw as well as Fearless Invoker, and they still managed to hold on. They got the Aegis. They held out until their buybacks were done, and even that very last engagement, we still weren't sure how it was going to end up with Cloud9 attempting to go high ground
10
against the
seconds remaining.
Invoker. But in the end, Bears do manage to finally beat out Cloud9, close out the game.
Radiant
And we are
team
now
back.
here in game number 2. A game number 2, which I don't know. I'm sure like Cloud9, they've been together long enough that I'm sure morale is still going to be quite high. They've, I guess, grown together enough as a team that I don't imagine they're going to be feeling too defeated
10
by
seconds
losing an 82-minute game. But I'm sure stamina is going to play a certain
5
cost
seconds
on one of
remaining.
these two teams, as they do have another best of 3 to play after this and the grand finals where Liquid
Reserve
awaits them.
time. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick.
A huge part of the early game was, of course, Noya's Earth Spirit and his huge impact in the game. I have to say, I would expect
that kind of really big Earth Spirit impact by Bears' Yapzor, because he is such an accomplished forward position. But Noya easily rivaled that kind of legacy with his Earth Spirit play in game number one. I think he was one of the bright sides of Cloud9 in that early game, because it wasn't exactly the prettiest early game for them, and they still managed to come out with a strong mid game, and it does seem like they are going to go for another 5-manny push lineup a little bit with the Rubik and Luna, more pushing power this time around. And Luna does finally make it into our hero pool, whereas last time I think it was banned out in the 3-4. Can't remember, yeah.
Reserve time.
War Chief.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Reserve time. Dire team ban.
Yeah, that is the one thing I wanted to say, is that if anybody doubted this young, I'm still going to call him a rookie. He did obviously have, Gods and I mentioned multiple times, he had multiple plays in some tier 3 NA teams. He stood in for some European teams. In fact, I was watching one of those highlight clips of one of the games recently with Yapzor, and that was a bit of a pleasure, but he's still, somewhat new to this tier 1 scene. And if anybody's doubting him, if they still had some secret doubts, well, can Furo really, he's been doing well for them, but can he really stand up to the best of teams in very high pressure scenarios? I think Furo definitely proved that he could in that game 1 with his late game Invoker plays, and in such a high pressure game number 1. And Invoker is going to get banned away. Cloud9 thinking about what else they need to ban, because Bears do have a Centaur Warrunner. This is not your normal 1-2 pickup for sure. Centaur has been seeing more and more picks lately, but entering into the 1-2 pool is somewhat of a novelty for him. It does mean a nice gap closer for the whole entire team against the Luna, and I think that is something that works very well. I think Centaur actually works well against Luna as well as with Luna, because distance does seem to be one of the most important things for this carry.
Yeah, gap closer and gap creator. Luna is not really able to be very maneuverable whenever Eclipse comes out, and she would just like to have to sit still and right-click people as they panic around her, but a Centaur can immediately evacuate his entire team from an Eclipse situation. So it's, like you said, not a traditional early draft pickup, but I have confidence in Bears drafting no matter what they do. Especially, I mean, like I had said last game, they 2-0'd Cloud9 in the first series that they had during these qualifiers. They're the ones who sent Cloud9 to these losers bracket. So I'm sure Bears they know what Cloud9 likes to do, and they're very well prepared for it.
One thing that could give them some guaranteed initiation despite the Centaur Stampede is maybe a Hestejo Batrider, which normally has been, when teams are facing up against Cloud9, they'll take that as one of the bans in the second phase, but hasn't been taken away just yet. Cloud9 are actually going to shore up their team fighting potential because with this Earth Spirit Centaur opener and the way that Centaur operates, it does seem like Bears are looking to contest the Luna pushes.
5 seconds remaining.
Which kind of begs the question why Cloud9 felt like banning out Dazzle, because I would be concerned with an anti-push support like Keeper of the Light. Dazzle does not really offer much in terms of drawing creep aggro off. I mean, obviously Weave is great for discouraging pushes with a whole bunch of heroes, but whenever it's the early game where no one can really take advantage of a Weave, like Centaur doesn't have a blink yet, or Earth Spirit can't confidently roll in, you need to be able to counter push just with spells, and Keeper of the Light offers that in spades. So I'm curious how C9's going to react with the puck, actually.
Team pick.
Okay. I need some hard initiation. I think that was definitely needed. And we talked about a really strong holding hero that ignores Stampede. Well, Puck is one of those heroes. Thanks to Dream Coil, you have all that movement speed, but you can't go anywhere with it. Otherwise, you're just going to stun yourself.
remaining.
So I think that was a really good choice here from Cloud9, but it does mean they are super focused on early game. This is going to be one of the most aggressive lineups I've seen from Cloud9 yet. Knowing their reputation for 5-manning into objectives, it does feel like we are going to have a extremely fast-paced game whose end game may be determined very quickly if Bears can actually repel those pushes, beat Cloud9 in team fights, and then all that aggression will turn to ash in Cloud9's hands as they quickly find that all their 5-manning leaves them at a gigantic experience or gold deficit. I think they played it yesterday. That Medusa Draw Ranger combination, I believe in the middle of major, Liquid pulled it out, and then with the offlane Puck, that's been an old standard as well. So it's looking kind of similar, right? It's looking very similar to that lineup. You've got Rubik just like last time, Undying as opposed to Ogre, a little bit more team fight as opposed to lane presence, and they could move this Puck into the offlane and then end up picking a some sort of scaling mid. No, not a drown mid. Maybe like, I'm not sure if Dusa Luna really works, but I'm thinking sort of scaling mid, similar to the SF, or in this case, maybe because of Lifestealers out in the pool, maybe they can go more early game and focus on like Razor or Viper, which are also Baby Knight heroes.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Queen of Pain banned by Cloud9 again. The potential vehicle for a Lifestealer when he doesn't have that early Blink Dagger gives you some options around. I think it also would have been a nice 1v1 matchup that Firo or Fada, I'm not sure which one's actually going to be playing the mid laner just yet. Yeah, sure enough, Bears very smartly banned away the Viper. There is still the Razor out there, which we saw the way that counters the Lifestealer pretty nicely. How do you feel about the Razor mid, though? Obviously, the Bears pick is going to play some impact.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
DK wouldn't be bad, right? High armor versus Lifestealer. Tanky hero doesn't do that badly against SF, but he has been out of the meta for quite some time. Cloud9 are going to choose for a much squishier option, but it is still a hero that works very well against Lifestealer and matches well against the SF.
10 seconds remaining.
Are you thinking they're probably going to need a support in
5
mid lane?
seconds remaining.
Just like, you know, how we've seen before with the SF. He always gets that baby sitting in spirit. I think they're going to need somebody to make sure TA's early game does go rather well and is encountered by the Earth Spirit, so we can have that strong mid game.
It depends how self-sufficient this Hestejo puck is, because ideally I would like the Undying to be able to spend a lot of time mid making sure that TA is able to make sure that SF doesn't get a fair amount of souls, and then once you have Refraction and Side Blades up and running, then the lane is pretty much on autopilot. But at the same time, I don't want this puck to be useless, so if Noya needs to stick around in the puck's lane to make sure that puck doesn't get immediately zoned out at level 1, it's a tough call which you would prefer.
Noya does manage to keep his smoke intact against Adam, so we may have an idea that there is some sort of observer ward placed in the leaning area for Hestejo, and he does keep his counter ward, which is currently blocking out the easy camp spawn. He does keep that hidden for now. This is going to be a very different scenario, though, from last time we saw the Hestejo puck. Last time around, he had the Draw Ranger, which is a big up in physical damage and allows you to be able to beat back the support that is trying to zone you out. But here, without that extra aura in lane, Hestejo is going to have a bit harder time. But he is against a Lifestealer and Coddle that isn't going to be the most treacherous of lanes. In fact, with Noya, they are going to try and take this bounty rune. Hay goes out. They already get a big blast, though, and Noya's dropping lower and lower. He can't really commit to the bounty rune. Fauna is still going to be able to pick it up, and it looks like Noya just gave up first blood as well as the bounty.
Decay. Will he use it?
Yapzor has a roll in 2 seconds. The creeps aren't going to spawn for another 15. He needs to dodge this roll. Can't do it. Yapzor nails him. First blood goes to him.
Okay, well, I guess that means that Rubik needs to go and police the mid lane. He used telekinesis. What did Rubik use telekinesis on? I hope it wasn't the Ancients, because that's not a thing anymore. Ancients aren't even up yet. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Maybe he grabbed the SF.
Roll in on mid. Baby Knight taking damage.
Baby Knight eats one of his Ironwood branches with the shared Tango, trying to maintain a healthy status in this lane. Hestejo, he'll be dealing with 1v2 for now, and it's going to be Noya zoning out Forev in the bottom lane, since Rubik, I guess, can't really do it alone. Noya is a little bit better suited to those actions.
Not alone or at all. I'm not sure if Rise is even interested in leaving this mid lane at any point, because this is an intense duel going on between all 4 heroes over here.
Denied.
Hestejo is going to get himself a full wave here. Looks like Adam tried to get the counter ward out to open up that easy camp, allow him to be able to keep the lane back and zone Hestejo a little bit better, but it's not going to happen. Hestejo will actually have himself a pretty good lane, it seems like. That easy camp pull, I think, is very important to make sure that Puck does have a good lane. As we talked about, the Draw Ranger aura does mean a lot for being able to deal with zoning supports. So he's going to get the levels necessary to beat back the Coddle, and the Lifestealer's not much of a threat.
Yeah, and actually Puck is very well suited because of phase shift, so you see it telegraphed pretty easily. Roll in on mid, not going to catch anyone. So, I mean, all things considered, Puck is a very good offlaner in this situation. In most situations, I don't think so, but right now, Hestejo's going to go pretty much unimpeded, which I don't know what Coddle's responsibility is, because he's not going to be able to zone out the Puck, and mid lane is all booked up, so what's the plan?
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't try and go. I thought he was going to go for early mana leak and try and make it so Hestejo, they mana leak, they kind of charge at him, and Fada forces Hestejo to move around and maybe use those orbs. And once he's out of those orbs, then Lifestealer finally can have an impact. But if they don't take away that mana, then Hestejo is going to be permanently a permanent fixture in this lane, always in their face. Maybe that is a large part because of the Shrine and that recovery mechanism that is available. Maybe the mana leak just isn't as effective against the offlaners anymore.
That's true, especially because Lifestealer, I mean, you need to walk at people like this, and then Hestejo can just take himself out and head on to the Shrine. Which, actually, Yapzor might meet him? No.
Hestejo looking for that full heal. Rise sees Yapzor. Again, trying to get on that raiding cliff that we saw so many times Cloud9 using last time around to get the Earth Spirit roll-ins. Baby Knight's doing quite well for himself, 14-5 compared to the 9-5 of Firo. But this is
to be expected. Furo actually going to drop really well with the telekinesis. They don't have a meld strike, but the right click comes out from Rise, a fairy fire, and now a healing salve from Furo will bump him back up to full HP. Adam may be caught though, as Joe's going to be able to take him out with that waning rift. Well played. The off-lane Puck finding the first kill of our true laning phase, since Noya did give up the first blood.
Wow, okay, that's really important. I can't believe that Puck offlane is being able to prove to be so dominant against this lane. And I mean, that kill, almost kill mid, could have been really big. And thankfully, YapzOr is kind of in the vicinity. Didn't really help against that gank attempt, but his silence.
The silence and the kick does stall up the damage on Furo, but he is being constantly threatened. Oh, 8 HP is all that's left. He heads back to the shrine and will receive almost a full heal off of that one. Actually does this early on into the game, but they are really taking it to Furo, and I think they did try and put a lot of pressure on him last time as well on the Invoker. He does seem to be one of the keys of success for Bears. Has Joe, nice dodge on that one. Will manage to get the... Oh, nice silence. YapzOr man catch Joe. Joe will now die. A big pickup as Vada now will pick up his level 5 against that level 5 Puck. Adam not actually blocked in by Noya there. I thought he was going to be, but they may still be able to run him down with the extra movement speed of Ace. He does close that gap, and the auto attack required. 2-2 now.
You see, I did want the Keeper to go to the bot lane because he wasn't really doing much in the top lane, but I wanted him to go with the Centaur. I didn't want him to just fend for himself because Centaur plus Coddle can be pretty irritating, especially for just a Luna. But Ace has gone unimpeded this lane, and like Puck is doing fine, TA is doing fine. C9 are very pleased with how the laning phase is going right now.
Blessings.
Yeah, certainly. Dire scan on the shrine here. I'm not sure what they're expecting. Maybe Rise. Yeah, they're probably expecting Rise to wrap around since he's no longer in the mid lane. They have the mid vision from this fresh ward to see that he's not sticking around. So, do you have an idea about this aggressive maneuver?
Top lane has to Joe dueling again with Fada.
Gonna be able to get out just fine, but very low HP and no shrine to heal him back up.
That silence that YapzOr used on Puck is going to be a problem all game long, and so it's kind of it's a weird situation as a Puck because you put out the illusory orb, you want to go as far as possible, but at the same time the Earth Spirit knows you want to go as far as possible and it's going to hold on to that silence until you're like, okay, it's about 1,000 units away, I'm jaunt now, oh wait, I can't. So I don't really know how you itemize this Puck this game. Like, do you go for the Yules just to take that off, or you want aggressive, go for the Blink Dagger? And given his start, kill onto YapzOr, Eclipse used.
Nice pickup. Tombstone will be left out there. It's the kind of aggressive plays that they want to be able to find the kills and then turn that into a tier 1 tower. It's not going to be possible though with Adam sitting so far back. He's sitting on the far right hand side and always is blasting away. So that early advantage that is usually found by Luna is being countered by the Coddle currently. Joe did have to jump to his orb pretty far out there. YapzOr is going to be able to get ahead of him, manage to land the kick, silence, and YapzOr claims another kill. The Earth Spirit, it seems, is going to be just as effective in the early game as Noya's was last game.
Is it really that big of a concern for the Luna to get a tier 1 that early on this game, though? Because it's not really... Like Coddle's going to be here, always. You take the tower or you don't. Like, Coddle's still going to be able to hang around in this lane. Right now, Adam is too scared to get in experience range, whereas if the tower goes down, then maybe he feels a little bit more confident.
Probably not. I think it's just one of like the small advantages that Luna and like Draw Ranger lineups give you is just like that early bit of gold that sometimes help out your mid or off laner, especially your off laner to get that earlier item. It does look like Joe is going to be going for treads. Probably thinking about that he's going to be sticking in lane a lot more than your normal offlaners and is willing to go more of a laning phase item build, delaying that Blink Dagger slightly.
if he does want to rotate, it's going to be just like a TP rotation, either to react to a fight or to react to C9 being like, all right, we're 5-manning, come and join us because you have Dream Coil. So until C9 starts making moves, which I don't really see happening anytime soon, like you said, Luna's not being too antsy about taking this tier 1, and everyone's getting experience. Rubik is level 4, just roaming around pretty much.
It is something with these kind of... we wanted to see a tankier mid, right? A lane-dominating mid, kind of like Viper, to give Cloud9 a bit of sustain. Cloud9 are very squishy because of their choice of the Templar Assassin. If the right kind of initiation comes through from Bears, they blow up this whole entire lineup. So I do like the fact that they're not trying to be overly aggressive like we've seen from C9 before. And when it comes to taking objectives, I think you need to focus on making sure you have your early game farm first. That way you have a very big impact around 15 minutes. An attempt at a smoke from Hestajo and Rise gets spotted though by Forev. Bottom lane, Noya's going to be caught here as he tried to lane out, gets blasted down. Bears make their first aggressive infest maneuver.
Yeah, I like how Forev, I mean, that's incredibly fortuitous positioning to be able to pop that smoke because, man, that kill on Shafin would have been huge. But in the meantime, Centaur's getting closer and closer to Blink. And like we said, it's a very squishy C9 team. Blink initiation with a Stampede to help the rest of Bears come in could spell some very early 5-man team fights.
Here come the blasts. Baby Knight will be one of the better heroes to deal with that Illuminate blast, pushing them back, while Luna is probably one of the worst heroes just because of her very low range. She's trying to finish up the Helmet Dominator right now. Bears are playing very reminiscent of their debut game that we saw from them with the Furo SF. He's been playing, because of a bad matchup, been playing jungle most of the time, knows that his farm is not going to be that much less because of how the neutrals are working out for him. So he's been playing very conservatively, and Bears are basically just buying time for Furo with a little bit of aggressive action from the Lifestealer, and then the Coddle pushing back these tower pushes. Cloud9 aren't really doing much but farming, and that's fine by Furo.
Yep, sort of finds Ace, but not going to be able to do anything. So they are making room for Furo, but so what is, so Furo has a Glove of Haste. Is he going to go for Midas, or is that just for treads? Like, what is the item progression for a Shadow Fiend this game?
Oh, Ace. He is going to be feeling the big-time nukes. The Illuminate Blast does land. Multiple TPs are coming in. They'll finish off Ace, yes, but now they're going to be caught by the Dream Coil and pass to Joe. Fada turns, attempts to fight, does not have the Rage to be able to jump out of this coil, but he's having to deal with the Tombstone Zombies the whole entire time. Rage coming back up in 1 second time, and he just Rage TP away. Looks like he will be good. They try and get some extra damage, but Fada doesn't even bother to use that magic immunity. So big-time kill, taking out Ace and trading away the Yapzor Earth Spirit. Well worth it in the minds of Bears.
They trade Yapzor Earth Spirit, and he used like literally every single one of his stones in the bank for that. They were hoping to get more kills after they got Dream Coiled, which is a bit overzealous. Sure, Magnetize is a great spell and all, but Fada isn't really able to stick around in a fight for that long, especially if the Centaur isn't around. And Stampede was used at some point, and I'm not sure on what, but yeah, I mean, this is just the early aggression that Bears needs to pull, because right now C9, they can only play reactionary right now, as all their team is trying to get the items necessary.
It might have been when they first jumped in. It's a little bit of extra burst damage, right? They needed to be able to kill Ace before Rage was down and Eclipse is used. So as a result, they will take that tier 1 tower. That will mean Forev is about to pick up that Blink Dagger. He's just 200 gold away.
See if they want to defend this mid tier 1 hero comes in. But right now it's just Rise and Baby Knight. We'll see if Hestajo... Wherever Hestajo goes is where I'm most interested in, because he's there to either stop fights or start fights. And last in the bot push, oh nice, roll in.
Nice silence from Yapzor preemptively as he rolls in, manages to stop Hestajo from phase shifting, and Fada easily cleans up the kill.
Well, he did start that fight, so I'm still right. Just wasn't the fight that he wanted.
This is going to be really fast desolated with the way they're successfully hitting these ganks. They're going to pop back in with the Infest. Doesn't quite land the boulder, but it will be okay with the stun. They'll still manage to get that killed, but Fada's in pretty deep.
He has Rage TP.
Rage, TP out, nothing to stop there. Yapzor is looking for a rollout himself, or a TP. Trice gets the telekinesis, and they will get that kill. Support for support, but it's space for Firo.
Yapzor is burning through these rocks. He would have been like to be able to get out of that. Nice double edge onto Heston, but the first raise misses.
Firo's just going to straight TP out. Rise won't be there in time to be able to stop it. Telekinesis still on cooldown anyway, but they are running Cloud9 around the map. You could see Adam. It's about to take a tier 1 tower in the top lane. So C9 just barreled through mid, trying to take that bigger objective in the tier 1 tower. All important for early map control.
They have Tombstone, but Lifestealer's pretty good at dealing with Tombstone, so we'll see how Fata, he's holding on to Rage, and he might just use it, Yep.
Throws it kind of defensively, but Fata, he jumps forward. Tombstone of gold will go to Firo. That's 175. Not something you can just give up whenever you want to. That is a bit dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of economy and in terms of counter push, because now they don't have Tombstone to discourage Bears from fighting. There's a Stampede up. Well, pretty much all ultimates of Bears are up if they want to push this, and they have the Dragonlance completed on Firo. I'm surprised they're not pushing more aggressively for this. Maybe if they get a
big takeoff. Fraction is going to wear out here with the silence now on Baby Knight. Can't nail, can't refract again. They try and finish off the Stampede, but now the turnaround. Baby Knight, he's drop low enough that Firo can finish him off with the raises. The Eclipse was not dealing enough damage. Looks like it was too split. Rev managed to tank most of it up. Nice pick from Yapzor. A follow-up silence. Heston Joe's trying to stay ahead of Fata. Face shift for a second, but can't get the orb out. Now Ryan's going to be caught. Yapzor rolls in, managed to catch him. And this is why the Yapzor Earth Spirit is so feared. Almost every single one of these deaths on the side of Cloud9 has been because of Yapzor's presence. He's 2, 3, and 8, so it has been every single death.
It's not even him being, like, luckily at the right place at the right time. Yapzor is creating these situations for himself. They got the, I guess, Blink Deck reveal Centaur. Oh, maybe not showing his own Blink Deck on mid.
Firo lets loose the ultimate. That's going to eat through the refraction. The refraction attack damage instances are still out though there, and Firo almost drops because of it. Another great kick from Yapzor does prevent Firo from dying as a Lucent Beam was ready to come out from Ace.
In an alternate universe, Yapzor actually gets Eyeblade and a Glaive target to kill Firo, but he gets out just fine. Yeah, I mean, Yapzor, his positioning is impeccable this game, and Centaur showed off his Blink Dagger to get that kill on TA. Thankfully, I guess TA must have bought out right before she died and got her own Blink Dagger completed, so now things are going to pick up on both teams because they want to take advantage of this first early pickup, and I think that C9 is going to be using their Blink Dagger more defensively, but it depends on the kind of openings that they find. Maybe Puck wants to play a little bit more aggressively, which Hestajo had a great lead early on, but since then has kind of dwindled.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's almost 2k gold behind the Centaur. Frev, he's got his Blink Dagger and is going to be working towards that Hooded Defiance and Pipe. If you can get her early enough, that will mitigate the big team fight advantage that Cloud9 is supposed to have with the Luna and that Eclipse.
Man, I realize now that Forev has a cloak, but actually I think a Lucent Beam could have maybe killed the Centaur while jungling, but in 7.02, Luna does not get 1800 night visions right off the bat. Right now, it's just sitting with bonus 250 instead of bonus 1000, so didn't see
nice double stop with a double kick coming in as well. Doesn't look like it hit Baby Knight, so he's able to blink backwards, but Ace is already gone, as well as the Tombstone. A Dream Call comes out. He may have to jump backwards into the backlines of Bears here and probably still get caught out as he doesn't have a blink to be able to get away. Baby Knight trying to punish Fata there, but it looks like the tier 1 tower, the first one at mid, will be taken by Bears, thanks in large part to Ferev's initiation.
So wait, did Puck like jaunt into the orb that was going into the Dire half the map? Because I saw the Dream Coil and Puck was on the Radiant side of the river, and then Puck died on the Dire side of the river.
Yeah, it's because he was open wounded by Fata.
Okay.
So he was like, oh crap, I can't run away. You don't have Blink Dagger, so you just kind of have to jump to the orb and hope the best. Roshan is going to be taken out before C9 can get here.
Fast. Yeah, Desolator completed, 3 levels in Presence of the Dark Lord. That is such a quick Rosh at this stage, and I don't really know if they're going to want to 5-man with this, or they're just going to be like, alright Firo, we don't need to really worry about you too much. You have a Blink Dagger completed on your SF, just go farm, be merry, and we'll take care of the rest of the map.
Yeah, C9, I think they had the right idea in the beginning, but maybe they just played a bit too defensively, a little bit too slow, because then it just allowed the Lifestealer Earth Spirit to find all these openings, and
they kind
their
of
farm is dwindling
themselves into this corner though, because like they have squishy heroes, and TA completed the first item, Blink Dagger. That's like a real double down on the fact that like I'm not going to be able to show up to any 5-on-5 fights. I may be able to find a pick off on like a keeper, or well, actually pretty much just keeper, because even Earth Spirit can roll out just fine. So I am still not a fan of this 5th pick TA. We'll see if it nets them anything. At least Baby Nine closing in on a Desolator, but this is way after Lifestealer completes their Desolator, so even the early Roche advantage that TAs usually get isn't going to be a thing.
Rise being a good guy, trying to open up farm for the puck with a Fate Bolt. Will be Noya caught. But it looks like Ace is going to get away, unless with the Blink Dagger or Firo. No. They don't have anything to catch Ace. So maybe a tier 2, quick push. Surprising Cloud9. Firo's actually going to TP back. They really want to keep this mid tower alive.
Gets into deny range, so maybe they'll let it go. Yeah, but still, it's hurting the economy of Cloud9, and they need every little bit that they can get. They are almost 10,000 net worth down right now at 20 minutes into the game. They don't have a single tower. They didn't actually finish denying that mid tower, so yeah, they have no towers taken yet.
Hesta Joe has his Blink Dagger. They got to do something magical with this initiation now. They got a TP up Fada here at the top lane, and that's not too bad. He does reveal the Blink Dagger, but I don't think he was trying to hide it in the first place. I was gonna say maybe he just TPs into like the shrine or the mid tier 2, and they try and get aggressive on Bears while Fada's at top lane. They need to try and take advantage of this time to get the blink, as well as Bears being a little bit split up. But it looks like Ryan's gonna be the one caught here. Stampede gonna run him over. Baby Knight watches as his support dies. They're gonna get the Dream Coil out onto just one there. They do have the Eclipse from Perez, able to take it really well with the Hooded Defiance. Now all the damage is gone. Hero's lined up for the ultimate with a sick combination from the Absol, setting up all of that with his stun. Bears trample quite literally with the Stampede over Cloud9. They take all 5 heroes and do not even drop the Centaur.
It's almost as if Dream Coiling the Centaur won the fight for Bears, because if Puck manages to get no one, then you're like, all right, let's just back off. We did not get the initiation we wanted. Luna hops in and is like, all right, you got someone? Yeah, sure, I'll toss an Eclipse on them. Frev doesn't care. He has the full hood completed, doesn't even die. Aegis isn't even, like, scratched. Hero just used the most, what a godlike Requiem at freaking 20 minutes into the game. Granted, he does have a Blink Dagger to help out, but still just tears Cloud9 apart.
You know, I was to be doling out a really good compliment to Noya and his Earth Spirit. And honestly, it was a very respectable Earth Spirit player. He had a huge impact in laning phase, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is good. Yaptor's going to be able to get a double kill, silence Cloud9, try and jump forward here, seeing Bears a little bit low on HP. And SF at the top lane, but they just can't do it. Not without Eclipse. Now the bounce back. Ace is running out of mana. The mana wears out, but now he's hit by the stomp. Hesta Joe tries to stop all this with a jump in silent Dream Coil, but it's still not enough. The Illuminate Blast finishes him off. Baby Knight does finally get a kill for Cloud9. It's going to be the Centaur, but now he's left in no man's land against the SF and the Earth Spirit. 6-21. They trade 1 for 3, and Bears pushing high ground by 22 minutes.
Bears are angry. They were like, I can't believe you made me sit through that 80-minute game 1. I can't believe that you just, this grisly is what it is. Bears are not relenting at any point. Freaking Firo is level 18 right now. It's, I don't really know what the late game, mid game, any minute after 25 game plan is for C9.
Melee racks on Cloud9. Not sure what to do at this point. Most of their heroes
on Coddle.
Yeah. So there goes all map control. Like, you've already lost all your outer towers, but also you're going to lose all your outer wards, most likely.
Gonna lose shrines as well.
Yeah, tier 3 down, opens that up. First one's going to be that Roshan Shrine. Honestly, Cloud9, they need some miraculous 5-man smokes and some pickoffs.
Pickoffs, yes, but TA only finds a Centaur with this shiny new Decimator. Meanwhile, Fada gets a kill on his Rubik. And
they need the Dream Coil to slow down Forev. He turns around, threatens something, but he doesn't actually have Hoof Stomp, so he will end up dying here. That's a big pick. That kill is worth 500. No, that's the Lifestealer one. Show me an updated fight recap. Come on now. There we go.
You can just look at the bottom right. Can't you?
No. I want to see how much gold he lost and stuff like that. So it's like 1,000 gold swing. You know, it's like 1,100 gold swing, just that pickoff.
All right. Meanwhile, Fada's pushing the other top 3 uncontested, so that's not good.
Pull the SF to the fight as well. I think
I thought was just like, there's no way I'm gonna get this tower completely uncontested. Something is wrong. I'm backing off.
And it's Firo who's going to finish it off for him. An Orchid on the Lifestealer. Butterfly already for Firo. Jesus, it's just looking worse and worse. Axe is being built by Forev after the pipe. He's also got a gem. So if they can give that one over to Adam, they'll have perfect vision of any wards being placed by Cloud9. There's not too many. There's just this one ward that's sitting outside the base right now.
But now it's daytime. The glorious day where Call can run free. They don't have... Oh, never mind. They have a gem. Centaur bought it for Adam. And now all of the energy that he spent... Oh, bye-bye, Illusion. It's okay. They can afford to do that. They can afford to do that like 10 times over and still win this game.
They certainly can. They've taken the other shrine. X is also being built on Yapsor. Apparently Yapsor really wants to show Noya how you use it.
Yeah, I would like to see it. Hopefully, we can complete it before the game ends. As now, there's a Blink Dagger. With most people would expect the Centaur to be the vehicle, but no, it's going to be.
Oh, nice Blink Silence. He goes down. Forev does receive the telekinesis. He tries to go in. Ace just moved forward with the Eclipse. They've already taken out the Cuddle. He's trying to get these bounces on Yapsor. Does manage to block his roll out, get the physical damage to finish him off, but Fada will clean up that other kill. They do turn this fight pretty decently. They've killed Forev. Now Baby Knight, he does have the refraction charges now that the damage over time is gone, but SF is here. He has to blink out. Nice timing there from Baby Knight. Looks like they'll get away. Trade free, 3 for 3. And they lost 2 of their cores, but I still think that's to the advantage of Cloud9 considering the gigantic lead by Bears.
Oh, hell yeah. Anything that they can get is an advantage. I can't believe that they were able to even get those 3 to begin with. Granted, SF wasn't there, and Lifestealer was just kind of running around trying to claw away at the Luna. Immediately, Coddle got blown up, and so once he got blown up, not only did it turn to night with the Luna Eclipse, but there was no vision to see the rest of C9, so they get in a pretty handsome fight, but unfortunately they don't kill any of Bears' cores, and in fact, Lifestealer just like made money. He basically just sacrificed his supports to the gods of Dota and said, okay, thank you, please give me more income so I can complete this Assault Caress.
Where's the... Oh, shit, they picked up the gem.
Yeah.
Like I was about to say, because Centaur died, so I'm surprised they don't have that one on them right now, because they have to know there's a lot of aggressive wards out from Bears.
I thought the Shadow Fiend saw it. I saw it pinged out to someone. Oh, Forev pinged it, so he pinged out his own gem. Yeah, I don't know why they're keeping it on the courier, but I guess they don't really feel like venturing anywhere past the stairs.
Well, they're going to give up a Roshan as a result. Another Aegis. This one for Firo, who is building a Satanic alongside that Butterfly. Fada has an Assault Cuirass, and that Aghanim Scepter is closing in for Forev. And then the Stampede gets really useful against the Dream Coil, because the Dream Coil is usually when you're going to be outputting a lot of damage, so then the damage reduction of Stampede rather than the movement speed becomes the more effective part of that ultimate.
Exactly. Eclipse will probably lose all of its efficacy between Pipe and that Ag, but I mean, they don't need to wait for it. Tier 3 is down.
They do see Ace on the side. They're going to be able to get the Hoof Stomp. An Orchid as well. They take him down. Rise down to half health after just 1 shot from Firo. Here comes that second shot. A third one is needed. Rise. Oh, the Shrine. Not going to be good enough to save him. Firo 1v2 in the back lines. It looks like Baby Knight's trying to get things done, but there's too many heroes back there. He ends up dying. No buyback there. Cloud9. Beyond godlike triple kill for Firo. I have to say, Cloud9, like, the game 1, it was awesome. And
damn good game.
And the fact that Cloud9, they also had that series against Secret as well, very respectable. I think that you could see the growth that Cloud9 is having, but this game 2 really did show that Bears are on another level, and that's somewhat to be expected with so many star players on their team.
I'll take us back to times when lives were similar and times that all seemed easier. Don't be afraid, I'll be the one to guide you through this endless maze. Don't look so sad, you're crying, eyes won't dry. You've gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like you. Like you. Like you. Come close to me, I'll whisper in your ear the things that we could be. I'll drown us in the purple drapes that you were clothed in. We could live like royalty. I'll sing to you like a radio that's held beneath your window. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You've gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like
Dire team back. Liquid's turn to battle.
With the rematch. It was an epic series last go around, and I'm sure both of these teams are going to leave it all out in the field here because qualifying to DAC is pretty prestigious. It's kind of like a bit of a major. Since we did lose one, DAC kind of picks that right back up, and we have 3 major events before TI. And even just not just going to DAC itself, but qualifying shows a lot of strength in your team. But I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to welcome in my co-caster, Tsunami, who's going to be helping me break down the draft as it progresses.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick.
Dark Seer.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was like people kept asking me, how's Fada's team gonna do? How's Fada's team gonna do? And I'm gonna look at it. Like, Fada is probably one of he was in my mind top 5 mids of last season. Right, he was very good. He didn't always get the praise he should have, but I feel like he was one of those suffocating mids that always had really good performances no matter what. Then you've got Yapsor, who is easily one of the you called Firo a wonder kid. I think Yapsor is definitely one of those as well. Right, he's been recognized on Escape as being one of the best 4 positions out there you could get your hands on. And Escape did not have a whole lot of prolific success as a team. They were not a tier 1 team, I think, ever. And people still pointed to Yapsor as what an amazing player he was. And then you've got Farev, easily top 5 offlaners in the world right now. I think the more I watch this guy, he's getting closer and closer to that top 3 spot, where for me it was Universe, Ice, and Faith Beyond sitting on that area. But honestly, it's kind of up there. Who knows who the best offlaners are right now? And then Vero definitely proved himself. And honestly, I'm leaving Adam short because he's the hard fight position, but this guy made Fnatic work when it just wasn't working. So, obviously from a leadership perspective, from a support position, this guy knows what he's doing. And is never going to get the praise he adequately deserves, as most hard fight positions are not. But enough about Bears. Team Liquid have just seemed, we got to praise Bears some, because Liquid, I don't think there's any praise needed, right? Because they look unstoppable. The only team who came close to it was Bears, and that game 1 and even game 2 with a surprise Meepo pickup, they did seem to put up one hell of a fight and almost managed to take down Liquid anyway. So
Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
5
Yep, they were the ones who
remaining.
snuck it in.
Reserve time.
Yeah.
Liquid's turn to ban.
We are going to see a very open draft so far. We have a Slardar, the most opener of openers right now, whether he's support or off lane. It feels like everyone's okay with picking him up first, as we've seen repetitively in this European qualifiers, followed up by a second pick, Keeper of the Light. The 1-2 punch comes out from Bears, though. Rubik and Darkseer. They denied the Darkseer away from Team Liquid, who could have run the Slardar Darkseer combination, which has been quite prolific. And then they also get probably one of the best opening supports in the pool with the Rubik, who just seems to be kind of good at every draft that he's currently being faced with. Our bans, Naga, Siren, and Alchemist, trying to take away some of those longer, more defensive style cores that would have just tried to split push and build Radiances. And maybe that's because Bears are looking to be able to go 5-man and get a lot of team fight power out of this Darkseer. Well, Liquid opt to take away some of the early game heroes. They take away the Night Stalker, counter to the Keeper of the Light and his daytime vision, as well as the Vengeful Spirit and early game fighting core, as well as a strong support. I think it's just versus Coddle. I think that's the only time the Night Stalker really becomes viable, because Keeper of the Light is able to get that early Aghanim Scepter, and as you actually get later on to the game, right, it's like 20 seconds downtime. You get that level 3 darkness, and you get into daytime, darkness, and then you get 20 seconds of daytime, then darkness again, right? You really just can't utilize that hero's late game aspects like you should.
And I guess Liquid aren't too concerned with whatever other signature heroes Bears might have. Firo Invoker is still on the table. Actually, pretty much no mids have been banned out by Liquid, so it seems that they're more concerned with the supporting staff of Bears rather than the core staff.
10
and so
seconds remaining.
Liquid, I haven't been able to catch too many of the games actually, but apparently Rubik is damn good in Liquid's hands, because they this month have played 11 matches and they have a 90% win rate. So partially it might be because Rubik is a good hero, but maybe it's a denial pick just to not give it to Liquid.
Yeah, Bears have also have been picking up Rubik quite a bit, so it does feel like one of their preferred heroes as well. So I think it just fits nicely into the draft all around. Weaver is going to be picked up. That's usually one of the bans when you are dealing with a Slardar. I feel like some of the times you are picking up Weaver, and the 1-2, if we went earlier on into this qualifier, we would have seen teams trading Slardar and Weaver back and forth, because we never wanted to let Weaver fall into the hands of a Slardar team. And again, I think there's just so many options you can do with this combination. It could be offlane Slardar and safe lane Weaver. It could be offlane Slardar and support Weaver. It could be offlane Weaver and support Slardar. There's so many switcheroos that they could do to be able to make this lineup work, even this deep into the drafting.
Yeah, I don't even think Liquid is 100% certain on which role these heroes are going to fill yet. It's going to depend on what Bears ends up running out their draft with. And this is one of the very few teams in which you'll see a Slardar and Lifestealer not picked, and that's just incredibly surprising me. I'm not complaining, because I'm sick to death of saying the combination, but yeah, I hope that this Weaver is Liquid knows what they're doing, and they don't need to resort to pure meta picks.
I mean, it could still be a Lifestealer pickup, right? It could be offlane or support Weaver. And that could be one of the reasons they pick up the Weaver, is it's a really strong hero versus Lifestealer, so it keeps it out of Bears' hands. I think there's still a possibility we could still see that combination if Bears' lineup is weak enough to it. But what about the Centaur pickup? The Centaur with the Darkseer, which one goes where? Is it Centaur fulfilling a Slardar-esque support role? As I can presume, or is it going to be a support Darkseer who jungles early and then lends a helping hand to that offlaner?
Yeah, both these heroes can grab an Iron Town and call it quits in the lane if it's too ugly, but right now I feel like it's more Centaur, because Liquid isn't really showing anything to make a Centaur scared. And between the two of Darkseer and Centaur, Darkseer generally has an easier time and a greater percentage of matchups. But Centaur, if you're able to get away with being in the lane, then Darkseer can get a lot more done on other parts of the map. So it depends on how much focus Liquid wants to put in the safe lane. If it is Spore Weaver, that is one of the few things that can cause an issue for Centaur. I know swarm damage did get nerfed slightly in 7.2, but still you're mainly in it for the armor minus. And so if Liquid gets a good right-clicking core, maybe even ranged core, then Centaur might have a little difficult time.
Yeah, a real nerf would be like taking, lowering the number of hits required to kill those bugs or something like that, right? It's the fact that the bug sticks on them, you got vision, they've got this minus armor, and Weaver's just poking at you the whole entire time. And you retreat, yeah, but you're losing armor. If you stop to hit the bugs, then Weaver hits you. It's a mess oftentimes in these team fights. But maybe Bears won't have to worry so much about it with the healing ward from the Juggernaut as they grab that hero, while Team Liquid opt for the Invoker now for Miracle. So we don't know what that matchup is going to be just yet. And we don't know whether or not it's going to be Firo or Fada in the mid. But either way, this is, I think that matchup of mid laners is one of the reasons I was so excited about watching this series the first time around, and now the second time around, is can someone challenge Miracle? And it does seem like both Firo and Fada have the chops to take it to him.
I prefer to see the Juggernaut mid. I mean, Bears can pick anything for their 5th pick, but in terms of lane dominance, like, Keeper's not going to be able to provide too much support to an Invoker, at least in the first few minutes of the game. Whereas a Rubik and a Juggernaut can be extremely irritating for an Invoker. He has to play extremely safe. And obviously, there are plenty of other mids that Bears could pick that would also be really well paired with the Rubik, but I think the Jug-Rubik combination could be really impressive.
Lycan, not a surprised band there for Bears. Got to take that one out of the hands of
Do you
Matsu.
think we'll see Lycan in this series at all?
I do think so. Maybe a 3-4 pickup, as Liquid are not able to 5th pick it. They may choose to try and pick it up in the 3-4 area. And Bears don't seem too scared of it in that, as they banned away Naga Siren and Alchemist in this position. So, if you have to leave out one of those 3 cores, if the Lycan slips through, then maybe Liquid will grab it.
Yeah, what about the Meepo slipping through, though?
All right, so a Spirit Breaker. This means we now have a safe lane Weaver and a off lane Slardar, so normal core positions for those 2 heroes. Why Spirit Breaker? Good charging hero versus Juggernaut, but what else?
He's definitely going to have a very easy time charging. They've got Corrosive Haze for vision, they've got Swarm Bugs for vision, so early game and mid game, Spirit Breaker is going to be real pain in the ass. The thing is that most of Bears are tanky, not Luna, but Darkseer, Centaur, and Juggernaut are all pretty good at dealing with the Spirit Breaker. I am surprised they go for this 5th pick Luna, but I mean, they do need some late game. I thought Juggernaut would be enough to match up with an Invoker Weaver, and they could go for like a not so farm dependent 5th pick, but Bears feels confident and they're not too concerned about the Spirit Breaker apparently.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker's got to be one of the gap closers versus Luna, but then again, she does have that Lucent Beam, a nice mini stun if she has it off cooldown to be able to stop that charge. Are you feeling, which draft are you feeling a little bit more?
I like Liquid's because I feel like Bears is more like they were looking at what Liquid was picking and they're like, let's pick this. I think this will go well against this enemy lineup. But based off the 5 heroes that I see, I prefer Liquid's draft. It's more conservative, I feel. Whereas Bears, like, doesn't get a good start, then I don't really know how she's gonna catch up with the kind of aggression that Liquid has with this Slardar, Sunstrike, Invoker, and Spirit Breaker combination.
At the same time, Bears lineup does look a little bit more snowballier, right? Because Weaver is a slower carry, I think, because in part sometimes you need Lincolns or BKB, and then you can start getting some damage items. You don't have a very good farming mechanism to keep up with the Luna, so you're naturally going to be a bit far behind. Invoker's a little bit slower as well. The real fast heroes they have is Mind Control, Slardar, and Spirit Breaker, but those aren't necessarily going to win you the team fights when Bears do take it to you.
That's true, and I think part of the justification for this 5th pick Spirit Breaker is that the 2 cores that Liquid has of the Invoker and the Weaver actually are able to take a bigger backseat, because last series we saw how active a one-position lifestealer was. He was creating space for his mid-invoker, and he was just going around ganking, even though he had the safe lane pretty much free farm. This game, I don't really think that Liquid needs to be as aggressive with their cores, but rather just let the Slardar and the Spirit Breaker create space. If they die a few times, whatever, at least our cores are getting well informed.
Now, do you feel that this is a Linken's game for the Weaver, or maybe a BKB? Do you feel like that defensive item is needed, or can he go for the Ring of Aquila Dragonlance, more of a stats-focused build, and go for a faster Desolator because he doesn't need that?
Yeah, I would definitely go for stats, because Centaur's Stomp is going to be the primary form of initiation, and then Rubik isn't going to get a blink anytime soon. And so by the time Weaver does complete a Linken's, as it is, he doesn't really want to have to participate in fights, and the only initiation he does have to fear is something that can't be blocked by Linken's anyway. But if he goes up in stats, then he can just survive the initiation, because there are no silences really, and the hardest form of crowd control you need to be concerned about is the telekinesis, and that's after a Stomp really cracks open the Weaver's defenses.
And we've also seen, besides a Desolator, we've also seen a Diffuser Blade builds. Do you think there is much need for it here? It doesn't dispel the Stampede, but it does deal with the Surge and Ion Shell that Forev is going to be giving.
Yeah, it's... I don't know, actually. That's a interesting question, because Weaver is very versatile these days, not only in terms of role, like we said, with support being a very viable thing these days, which I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ag at some point on this game, even though he is a core. But yeah, it depends on how early you want to start taking fights and how confident you are in the rest of your team making space for you. I think a Diffusal Blade would be a better pickup if he thinks that Mind Control and Kuro with the Slardar Spirit Breaker aren't being able to, you know, create enough chaos for bears, so it would be the safer bet. And I think Desolator would be probably the ideal thing that he's going for, especially he's got Corrosive Haze to combine with it, so really strong armor strategies, but we'll see if Matu can get away with that.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like, I like the way you put that the Desolator is the more ideal pickup if it can get their good timings right. Mind Control has this blink, Corrosive Haze to be able to jump on the Luna, and it does feel like the Desolator is going to be the bigger threat. No matter what his items are, it's definitely going to be Liquid playing around I think those Weaver and somewhat the Invoker timings quite heavily. They need these two cores. They're not going to be too much of a threatening power early on, maybe with Sunstrikes and the occasional gank or something like that. They can do some power, but I do feel like when it comes to the 5-man a death ball that is going to be coming in from Bears with all this pushing power, with the sustain of the mech, it does feel like the Weaver's very focused single target damage against the Luna, against the Juggernaut, that kind of threatening power against those cores is going to be what Liquid have to play around. And when they don't have that, they have to pick and choose their battles very carefully. They have to try and give up some of these towers in exchange for just farming time and let Bears take some map control, because if you stumble into these team fights and you are not ready, you don't have a prerequisite items necessary to be able to beat Bears, Bears could just snowball into you very heavily, and thanks to that healing ward, take a team fight, beat you in it, and then turn that into pushing power with very healthy hero.
That's why I think it's important that GH on this Coddle also manages to get some levels in farm. From what I see, the game plan is Miracle and Invoker and Weaver are just going to be in their lanes the whole time. Invoker is going to be tossing out Sunstrikes every once in a while to help with Mind Control, Slardar, and the Spirit Breaker, because GH needs to get levels, otherwise this 5-man, like you said, of Bears is going to be very intimidating, and they don't want to have to give up map control, because for a Spirit Breaker, every single tower is so valuable that if you manage to lose one, the ganking power of going to that lane just diminishes so greatly. So if they manage to get a high level in Illuminate on GH, then, I mean, even Healing Ward can only heal so much early on, and you're not going to be able to keep your creep wave on the tower.
Yeah, and controlling these towers also means better Roshan control, right? Which is something that Liquid can sneak in pretty quickly with the Corrosive Haze, and the Swarm also being an excellent tool to tank the Roshan shots early on and also make him drop in armor. They can sneak it in, but there is the team fight advantage potentially for Bears, and if they start taking those outer towers and they do win some of these team fights, they can, even though they're slower at it, still take Roshan maybe not having the minus armor necessary, but they do have easily the physical damage and sustain.
That's kind of what I'm curious about, what Ferev's item build on this Darkseer is going to be, because obviously they want sustain, so mech, Greaves, Pipe, any combination of those three. Hell, even a Crimson Guard wouldn't be so bad, but it would probably be the Centaur who builds that. But I think a Blink Darkseer could also be extremely useful this game, because they are going to need to kill Coddle if they want to go for pushes. Like early game, maybe you're gonna get pushed back by Illuminate, but it's only early level, whatever. Late game though, you can't exclusively rely on the Centaur or even the Manta Illusions of Illuna, because they're just gonna get blown up by Illuminate.
Mm-hmm. And so in this case, are you thinking like go for the mech, maybe full out Guardian Greaves, and then try and time your Blink Dagger timing on Ferev with Yapzor's Blink, so they can get that nice combination of initiation, the vacuum into the Blink Hoof Stomp, in order to win and catch some of these backline heroes that are defending these towers?
Yeah, it'll be pick-off oriented. I do think that Ferev will need to finish the Greaves, because I think Mana Leak is going to be very irritating for him, and then obviously being able to take off Corrosive Haze will be important as well. So he may just go for the full Greaves, and then depending on how the game is going, I mean, maybe he can just go for a Pipe, say screw it, you can Illuminate, but at least some of our creeps are going to get through, and that'll be enough for our Luna to get some chip damage on tower. And then if we manage to get the tower down, then your entire base is under attack because of Glaives.
And there's a lot of really big utility items that are going to be useful in this game, right? Lotus Orb and Shivas both have a lot of value for Yapzor and Ferev, because of the fact that they can take away this Corrosive Haze, heavy armor, attack speed reduction from the Shivas also means a counter to a lot of the physical damage and minus armor. So it does seem like the Snowball can play out very well for Bears if they can get that snowball rolling, if they can get a lot of these outer towers and start getting towards these later game items. Their 3 and 4 position can actually itemize very well to try and counter Team Liquid. But the one thing we haven't really touched on heavily here, we kind of talked about Yapzor playing this 4-position-esque Slardar, but how effective is it actually going to be? Because there is a significant difference. Just because you both have a stun, there is quite the difference. First of all, you don't have the early movement speed that Sprint allows you to be able to have as a 4 position, so your roaming potential is not going to be nearly as strong. And then while you do finally get that movement speed in Stampede, you don't have this great minus armor ability in Corrosive Haze, which is, I think, a brilliant utility to have from your 4 position.
That's why I think Centaur is fine, because it would be foolish to kind of go up against Liquid at their own game, which is going to be early roaming aggression. You would be wasting your time as a Centaur if you're trying to keep the pace with the Spearbreaker Slardar. What Centaur does offer is it's a very, very safe laner. Like, you may get gone on by a Spearbreaker charge, but the chances of you dying are very slim. So Yapzor is going to be playing conservatively. I know last series we saw him doing work on the Earth Spirit, and I mean, he's an extremely competent roamer, but this game I think he's going to be forced to play it a little bit more safe. At most, just go for TP rotations to counter-initiate against these Spearbreaker charges, but in terms of his own roaming potential, he's not going to do anything until he gets a blink.
Okay, so you think the Centaur 4 position has a lot of potential to start taking over the scene as Slardar did? You think this hero is equally viable as a support as Slardar is?
Well, it's never really been just about Slardar, though, right? Like, whenever we see Slardar, it's usually some combination of a hero that goes with him. Like, it's not the kind of thing where it's a bounty hunter and he can just, like, you throw a bounty hunter into any lane and he'll manage to get a kill somehow. Slardar, usually, like, you'll see him with a Rubik, or you'll see him with Lifestealer, you'll see him here with Spearbreaker. Most of the times when he's just by himself, he is like a Centaur. He just chills in his lane, tries to get his farm, acts irritating to the enemy carry, gets a Blink Dagger, and then the whole game opens up. So I can see Centaur fitting a similar role, but until Slardar gets more nerfs, I think you only pick Centaur if you want his Ag ult. Other than that, you're better off picking Slardar in most situations. And we burned through all of it.
About?
Furo is playing the Juggernaut, so we didn't really know who was going to be sent mid during the draft, but yeah, Fada's going to be on the Luna, and Furo's going to be on the mid Juggernaut, and Obviously, Miracle is no stranger to the matchup, but it's not the easiest matchup for Invoker, especially if, like I had said in draft, Adam Rubik is going to be hanging around the mid lane all the time.
Do you think that leads us more into an Exort or Wexort build from the Invoker, or do you think a Quas Wex is needed to be able to burn out bears when they go for these pushes?
Every time I think a Quas Wex is going to be a thing, it doesn't happen, and then the Invoker's just like, nah, I'm just going to go Exort, I'm going to get a Metis, I'm going to go Ag, and then the time the enemy team decides to 5-man, already the Invoker has a bunch of points in Quas anyway, so for the laning phase, he's definitely going to need to be going heavy Wexort, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure now I've said that it's going to be the complete opposite, but I think that he needs all the damage in lane as possible, or I mean, maybe he needs access to Ghost Walk so he can get out of a telekinesis and Blade Fury.
I'm with you on that, though. I'll back you up on the Wexort. I think the Wexort is going to help in lane, but I also think the high level of Sunstrike is going to be required because we said that the Weaver is going to be a bit of a slower hero and won't be able to offer you the same kind of team fight potential that the Luna can. So the pickoff is going to be incredibly important. That's where Mind Control and Curl can really excel, right? You've got two heroes that are excellent at being able to pick people off. Curl's charge can lead straight into a Sunstrike if he gets his early ultimate as well. Thanks to a couple of Sunstrike kills, then that increases the kill power of the Spirit Breaker twofold. Allows you a lot more time to be able to disable heroes and get damage out of them, and opportunities for more 17%. So I think the Sunstrike is going to be pretty key importance. And also, there is a bit of lack of damage and the potential for the right kind of initiation in the first couple of team fights. If they can defend their towers with the right meatball, right, the right meteor blast that comes down, that is going to give them the damage that is somewhat lacking on the side of Liquid early on.
Yeah, especially if they can combine that with an Illuminate, Bears needs to like just leave that fight.
Yapzor standing strong against the attempted incursion of the Matumba Man Weaver as he tries to get the wards down. Yapzor is a bit too quick for him, so no aggressive wards going to be placed out by Liquid yet. GH is going to grab those wards from Matu as he heads on back for a full heal. Rev is going to be our offlaner. Of course, we already talked about that as the offlane Darkseer in a 4-position Centaur. But what I was kind of curious is whether or not Yapzor would be spending much time in the bottom lane with him. The Darkseer Slardar combination is quite strong, but a little bit of it has to be the fact that you have that sprint and you're able to close distances with the sprint, allow that Ion Shell to do its work. Yapzor seems to, at least for now, be starting off in the top lane to help Fada and zone away that offlaner and the Mind Control Slardar.
I mean, sprint is great, but thankfully Darkseer provides a handy-dandy surge, so if you do manage to bring Centaur to this offlane, then if you get a good Sentry Ward or Dust, this Weaver is not nearly tanky enough to eat a few seconds of Ion Shell under stun and then a double edge. So I think Yapzor is going to get a few levels elsewhere, but once he's maybe level 4, I wouldn't be surprised if he ventures onto this bot lane.
Yeah, Yapzor, I think he's just here to counter the Keeper of the Light. They know this strategy, right? Keeper of the Light, time and time again, they go up to the dual lane, they sit in the side areas, and they spam out Illumina Blast over and over and over again. And you can see not just this ward, but also Yapzor's surprise positioning here is going to be able to catch GH out. Now, they've already got the stun onto the Luna, so they're not going to be able to get that extra help. But it looks like with Yapzor in the body blocks and the very, very squishy HP of the Coddle, they will manage to get that first blood. Mind Control's trying to get some damage on Adam in return, but the damage has already been done. They've got that first blood for Adam. He's going to be able to pick up some fast boots, and they'll fare a lot better against this aggro lane.
Yeah, he has telekinesis up, but Yapzor does not have the mana for a second stomp yet. He's not sipping on his clarity, but I mean, it's not easy to get a kill on the Slardar. Just getting the kill on the Coddle was important enough that, well, actually, they might go for it again.
DH, he laid the counter ward down in lane, but he's still being scattered out, so he's going to be caught once again. The telekinesis into the stomp. They do have a nuke coming out from the Luna as well. He's holding on to it. Looks like Yapzor is going to be the one to claim the kill. I think they really wanted to get it to Yapzor. The way that Yapzor was playing that out, maybe he really feels like he needs the fast Tranquil Boots to be more effective as a roamer.
That would definitely make sense. It's a risky gambit, but it's working really well so far. And I mean, even mind control is kind of like, what do I do here? Spear Breaker charged up, but that was just mainly just to get out of the bot lane. Now he's gonna go back over to the secret shop. I don't really know what Kuro's gonna do right now then, because Slardar's not having a good time, so this safe lane is basically won for Bears in my eyes.
Yeah, it seems like it, and the off lane for Bears is going pretty well too. Darkseer early on is able to actually put a decent amount of pressure onto the Weaver. Of course, the Weaver still one of the better safe lane cores to deal with this 1v1, and it'll just get better over time.
Invis Kuro has the rune, but Furo salves up, so he's back to full, and it is actually going to be a QE Joker, so...
Okay. Well, see a small stun onto Furo. Kuro just trying to make use of this double damage. All right. No, that's not a double. Jesus, that's just cosmetic. Jesus Christ, that's confusing. Holy shit. All right, well, it's still, I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't stuck around to pick up level 2 somewhere. He finally does, but those first charges, they aren't really threatening at all without having the bash leveled up.
Yeah, no, I like how he went for the right click out of the invis, and I was like, oh man, if he gets a first hit bash, then I'm like, wait, he's still level 1.
Yeah.
Miracle actually did not invoke Cold Snap during that entire thing, but I mean, I guess there was no way you're going to get a kill attempt anyway, so might as well conserve your mana for when you finally can get a kill attempt.
Yeah, what is with that? 'Cause I thought the Wexord build was better versus the Juggernaut because Jug can spin out, but I guess he's been threatening enough with Cold Snap that he feels like he can just burn through the mana of Furo.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, just forcing out the healing wards. Furo is maxing out the Blade Spin, so it's going to be an issue, especially if Yapzor can get a stop, but he's not fast enough, even though... Oh no, yeah, he doesn't have his Tranquils completed yet. He has the money for it, though.
Denied.
So if he wants to head back to base, use the next courier round, he'll get those Tranquil Boots, and that'll be a big upgrade for him. Move around the map a lot quicker and maybe able to close that distance well enough to be able to get successful ganks. JH is still here in the top lane. He did manage to pick up his level 2, but it feels like Mind Control is not feeling this lane so much anymore. Picks up the 4-minute rune, dealt with the neutrals, but not going to spawn again. So they'll have to try and make this work. Adam and Yapzor continue to zone out these heroes. This laning ward has done so much for them. Fada's going to run into Mind Control here. The sprint does allow him to phase through Fada. Fortunately, he got through him before the sprint actually wore out there.
And now Adam and Yapzor might even feel confident they're going to leave this Luna alone as they go for a smoke on the mid lane.
The ping comes out from GH, though. He's pinging on the cliff. I think he's saying, hey, they're rotating up here. And there's the successful scan, so Miracle shouldn't be caught out by this one.
Forev, all swarmed up.
And he's dead. There it is. Matu picks up the kill. Thank you, Kuro, for the assistance. Adam actually managed to get all the way behind Miracle, so even though they got the scan, they made the read, the supports are coming, and all that, he may still manage to get this one because of a very deep ward, like that you ping that one out there, and on a full rotation on the right-hand side. Miracle's playing on the right-hand side because he's expecting the rotation to come over here, and now caught by the telekinesis. Here comes the spin. Nice cold snap. That's going to stop the hook stomp. Yapzor can't close it, but the blade spin is still good enough. Miracle responded the best way he could, as well as the rest of Liquid. All instant TPing like that was nice. Kuro barely managed to get away from the Darkseer. Bottom lane almost ends up dying to that Ion Shell.
Well, Furo needs to be careful here, though. His Blade Fury is down. He doesn't even have the mana for it.
He's Sunstrike! Ooh! Miracle gets the revenge on Furo.
Thank you for putting that anime touch to it. It really added to the epic.
I'm sure it did. I know Miracle likes his anime.
Of course.
That's for him. That's for him, not for you.
You got a new demographic.
Radiant's bottom tower
it did rotate Matu out of that lane, so Forev is actually getting quite a bit. Despite dying once, he is he's not wholly top of the board. 32-0, tied up with 32-15 Fada.
Yeah, but it's a hell of a lot than this what this Slardar is getting, that's for sure. So he's sitting on 13-0, and I mean he's only level 5, whereas the Darkseer is level 6.25. So really, the offlane is going much healthier for Bears, which is to be expected. Darkseer is a more crush, illuminate, a lot of damage on Fada, but Darkseer is a much better offlaner than Slardar, especially in a 1v1 situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was actually just trying to figure out whether or not Forev was super far ahead, but then I remembered, hey, Fada's had a total free lane he's probably picked up almost every single CS in lane, so it's not surprising that Fada is even with Forev, who is oftentimes going to be picking not just the laning phase creeps, but also some neutrals as a bonus as well. So you're used to kind of seeing this 1v1 Darkseer be way ahead in CS over everybody, but it is really just showing the strength of this defensive tri lane that Fada is actually ahead of him in CS. Firo is the one who's lacking a little bit. He's the only core who's a bit behind, but we've kind of explained that one away with some of the rotations of the Spirit Breaker as well as this Quas Exort build from Miracle did get the early CS advantage over Jug.
And Mind Control finds some recovery as well. There's a stacked camp here that they're taking along with the Keeper of the Light, so it helps out because really Mind Control's blink timing is going to be very important, and he's getting really low to these noodles. Weak Fairy Fires.
It'll be good. Heads on back to base with his bottle.
Top tower is under attack.
It's not the norm. Pick up. A lot of people theory crafted that bottles are going to be picked up a lot more on 4 and 3 positions, but I can't say I've seen too many Slaughter bottles here.
Yeah, where Shrine's not a thing, perhaps, which Shrines may be important now, is Rubik and Centaur venturing deep.
Nice ward placement there. Make sure they catch GH. We'll manage to get that 1 kill, but they are being charged. They're going to be punished for their aggression here. Let's see if one or both of them is going to be able to make it out alive. And one of them is
line up.
Yep, Sora gets hit by the charge. Adam also, who Kuro was charging through, tempts the TP as the charge. Ooh. Oh my god. Ooh. He barely got out. I can't believe that. With a bug on him, I thought for sure he was going to die to the physical damage.
Yeah, I'd be sweating. Adam is very happy he got out. He is level 5 on this Rubik, actually, which is exceptional. He's actually out-leveling his Centaur, and so these rotations, these smoke rotations, even though that one was kind of a trade, still working out in the benefit of theirs by quite a bit, because the whole time, Luna is free-farming unless she gets gone in on.
Eclipse! She's definitely dead, and she won't be able to get the counter kill. They just bursted her down too quickly. Only got, like, I think 1 Eclipse beam out there, so Kuro did manage to survive through that. Some early rotations from Weaver. I like this, especially since he got the 1v1, has the high levels of the Swarm. This ability is so toxic to deal with early on. Even high armor heroes like Luna just melt.
Yeah, here I was claiming that the Weaver was going to be playing more conservatively, and I mean, this one didn't even need a Sunstrike combination, but I mean, the best way to farm is by farming heroes. Who cares about the wave? Weaver is level 9 right now, so he is perfectly okay with leaving a lane alone for a little bit. This bot lane is getting kind of low. Darkseer is cutting the wave, and it's probably going to go down eventually. Who cares if Weaver's getting such a good start? Mid lane, Firo, oh no.
Firo, right click down. He does not have the Omni. Nice Ghost Walk there. That was perfectly timed. It would have been even better if Omni Slash had been used, but still, Miracle managing to beat out Firo pretty handedly now in that 1v1 mid lane.
That was anime. That was definitely anime.
Miracle, all according to plan for him. We hit our 10-minute marker now. I do like that Matsu. I think he had to get aggressive early because you don't want to let bears in a relaxed state get to their timing, which is going to be the mech onto the Darkseer. You got to start getting aggressive on them before that.
Top lane.
Sunstrike coming in. Nails them. Miracle.
Sunstrike. At least GH might have some issues with Forev on the bot line, though. Vacuum back. Wall used.
Forev's going to try and run him down here. GH can't really do much about that, so he's just
surges up again.
Should be.
He's blocking
body
himself.
blocked by your own illusion. Oh no! GH is too fast. Forev is not going to be able to get that kill. Centaur's coming over to try and help him out, but Mind Control with the corrosive haze and the Sunstrike coming in. It's close. Forev with the surge out. He is not going to be able to get away. What? That was so much damage from that last hit from Mind Control. Nice pullback there. Adam gets the telekinesis and the stolen crush on Kuro right in front of the tower, but the TPs are not going to be fast enough. So 7-4 now. Liquid taking an early lead.
Though I would, if I were Liquid, I'd be just fine with that because it was a Keeper of the Light for a solo farming Darkseer who's level 9. So yeah, I'd be just fine with that. Even though it did force out a lot of rotations, but I mean, Matumba Man does not need any help. He's bullying this Helm of the Dominator fought Luna just by himself, and Luna does opt for an armor creep, so hopefully the Swarm will not be as irritating as it was before.
Yeah, that helps out a lot. Now has 19 armor. Even the Swarm is going to have a hard time cutting through that. While the rest of Bears are going to smoke up. The Helm of Dom creep will pull the creeps off the tier 1 tower.
Ward, did they?
This mid tower? No.
No, sorry, this ward in the...
No, I don't think so. No, I think they were far enough back that they didn't get scouted. But it might just be... All this aggressive vision does at least say there's no heroes on the map. Like, we see Jug mid, we don't see Luna, we don't see the other 3 heroes. So you could see all Liquid are kind of playing back and defensively right now.
All of them are hanging around this mid lane, but Miracle has evacuated a long time ago, has completed that first item. Mycen is going for the Aghanim's second item, as per the usual in this patch. Let's see if Mind Control might tank the gank mid, as Adam is eagerly waiting to Telekinesis and then Slitherine Crush with his stolen spell.
This is a nice play. He's eating through the trees to get the surprise initiation. He may not have a Blink Dagger, but it may be of same effect if Bears don't react fast enough. Here comes the entrance. Gets the stun on the bot immediately. Omni slash down. Hero's not able to finish him off, though. He goes a little bit deeper, but the sprint, he's already away. Now the bump back from Kuro, and Firo is stuck underneath that tower. Nice turnaround there with the backing wall, but that's unlikely to stop Liquid from getting aggressive. Oh, the turnaround. Nice Illuminate blast with the tornado over the top on a 3. It halts the Stampede for a second, but Kuro still ends up dying there. They end up trading still. Kuro for Firo, well worth it in the end, again, for Liquid.
I like how Kuro basically like the equivalent of ripping his shirt off after he got hit by that wall. He just charges out of all the illusions, but unfortunately didn't get much. Nice, I guess, reactionary play by the Rubik to immediately lift up the Spear Breaker. And while all that did go down and the Juggernaut did die, the flip side is that Rubik has Shukuchi, which is going in on this Miracle, but Miracle's so tanky. This dude has 1600 HP right now at 14 minutes in the game. This is not an easy target to kill. I mean, even Omni slash Firo was barely able to just bring the Slardar down to critical levels, and that Slardar is not nearly as tanky as this Invoker.
Yeah, you could see, even if they did hit that host stop, I don't think an additional Darkseer Ion Shell is going to let them kill the this mid Invoker, especially with the high levels of Quas. He can even just regen back up to full. They really want to keep these outer towers alive. They do not want to let Bears get that snowball rolling. But we are going to have another entrance here from Adam with the Shukuchi. Spots out. Oh, it's going to be on top of Matu here. Does get away with the Shukuchi. That's going to be a wasted swarm as well. Good deny from Miracle.
These pushes are not working out. This Illuminate is level 3, level 4 chop.
Trying to get Matu, but they're not going to be fast enough. A little bit of mini stun. The Stampede comes out, but it's a bit too late. Adam maybe jumps in. Oh, no, Fada, he's too far forward. Now the Sunstrike's going to be able to finish him off. The last right click coming out from Matumba, man. Without that clip.
Charge
nice. That charge, it stops Firo's spin TP out. He's absolutely going to be able to maybe get more. They get Firo. Looks like he was dancing with some of the backline heroes. It's going to be Forev who's caught. The early Blink Dagger of Mind Control eliminates him. 11-5. Liquid have indeed halted any progression when it comes to taking towers. They denied the mid lane tower, all their outer towers. The other ones are still up, and Liquid have resoundingly defeated Bears in team fight after team fight. They're even trying to sneak in Roshan now.
I don't know why Fada felt the need to show up to that fight on his Luna. This Luna is not, like, it's not fond enough to show up to this fight. All it has is a Helm of the Dominator and an Ogre Club Blitz going into a Dragonlance. That's not nearly enough to go up against what Liquid has right now. Matumba Man has... actually, he's only sitting on the Dragonlance, but, I mean, just the hero himself is so high level that the Luna can't stand. So, like, Eclipse wasn't even used because he got lifted immediately, and then Cold Snap afterwards, and then it just all fell apart. I'm surprised that Bears wanted to take a fight after that tower got denied.
I forgot about this third item build. Weaver is going to have the Maelstrom. And I like that actually because it helps push out these waves quite a bit, and it gives you some magic damage to lay into the Luna for high armor. So, Yabsor, it looks like a large part of this. Bears may just have to wait until they have a Blink Dagger. Nice Tornado EMP combination. Firo actually just tanks it instead of using his Blade Dance, but they actually tank a Luminate as well. Sunstrike coming in, but they're all healed up by this healing ward. So Liquid, as much as they can defend towers, I don't think they can actually take tier 1s just yet.
It's only going to get harder for them, but they're banking on getting a pick-off right now. Like, I guess only now has Matumba Man decided to go farm for like the first time in 10 minutes. He's been just showing up to all the fights, which is the opposite of what Fada has been doing. So it's coming down to the game style that Liquid was trying to encourage. They have, I mean, it's not even the Spirit Breaker that's getting all these kills. It's all 5 heroes of Liquid are like, yeah, we see a fight opening, let's go take it. What the hell is Bears gonna do right now? They don't have a Blink Dagger on their Centaur, but we have a Blink Dagger on our Slardar. How are they gonna initiate? How are they gonna counter-initiate?
Yeah, Bears may have to take some time to farm up that item. The Blink there, the Dragon Lance finished up on Fada. They need some extra stats, just because it seems like the damage is a bit too much from Liquid right now. But this poses another problem because they're also going to get split pushed out to hell. Not only are we going to have this Maelstrom pick up on the Weaver, we also have GH, who we didn't really talk about, but this recall ability is going to allow Miracle to push out certain waves and still be there when they need to 5-man at the right times. Liquid are trying to surprise Bears right now with the 4-man smoke up the top lane after showing Miracle bottom, but Bears are not taking the bait.
Yeah, why bother split pushing if you can just send all 5 of your heroes? They're smoked up, but Liquid's not going to find anything with the smoke, but they should be able to just push this tower basically uncontested because I don't really know, like, Bears is not in position to rotate now, and they can use a glyph if they want, but I don't really think they're going to go for the defense. They're just going to stall as they take a tier 1 bot in return.
This is a very stark contrast. Look at the Miracle's build. He has the 30% experience gain as opposed to the extra Forge Spirit to push, despite having an Exort build. Whereas we saw Firo actually not leveling talents at all and just trying to get the maxed out orbs. I've actually talked to, I've got a friend, Modip, who plays in NA, plays a lot of Invoker. He said the 30% experience is actually a pretty big buff. If you're talking about levels, you can get your level 20 by the time you would normally be 18, 19 area, and you get your 25 by the time you would be level 20, 21. So it is a significant timing difference, and you're able to get to those, especially that last talent, a lot faster if you choose this 15 route.
Yeah, I've really never understood why so many Invokers have been skipping talents recently, because if you get a Midas, the Midas gets boosted by the experience gain talent. So if you want to level up all your orbs, I don't know why you'd skip out on spending 2 skill points on 2 talents. I mean, it's not the level 10 talent, but I mean, whatever, it's no big deal. Kuro charging bot, though.
Doesn't actually manage to snag anybody there. Bears will retreat pretty freely. They've lost a lot of their outer towers now because Liquid are just gotten so big, but I think Bears, just like we've talked about before, they seem to have a pretty good read on timings and such. They missed their first timing, and they know that too. So they can't fight Liquid. They're not trying to. They're trying to reach some of their mid-game items and go again with their 5-man later on into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not hitting their timings in terms of objectives because, like we said, early push would be great for Bears, the way that their team is developed. And I mean, they have a mech completed on Darkseer, but the time for, oh man, charge up on Firo, he has no protection.
Yeah, it really doesn't. What is he going to do? Try and spin? He doesn't even have the TP up. They have Kuro's ultimate as well. The bump back. Oh, okay, that's a little unfortunate, but it doesn't matter. The physical damage is easily going to be able to deal with that one. Miracle does get caught in bottom lane, though. If they can kill him again, it's going to be a little difficult with the Tornado, but they might just be able to do it. He throws out the Tornado immediately, but they get the Telekinesis off first with the Eclipse over the top. They do manage to kill him. So Bears are very happily going to make that exchange. They took an Aegis and a very high experience and high net worth hero down in return.
It was split amongst 5 dire heroes, so not as big of a boost as it would have been if it was just 1 pickoff. Oh man, GH, you need to be careful here.
Trying to push out aggressively, but is going to be caught.
Oh, that was a stolen Sunstrike.
Yeah, I was like, wait, Miracle's dead. What the hell?
I mean, I know he's good, but he's not that good.
Sunstrike from the dead.
All right, well, they're getting some pickoffs, and like you said, it's on high experience targets. This Keeper of the Light is getting really close to his egg, or at least he was. I think he's about like 2,000 gold away, but he's been getting a lot of levels as well. And so all these pickoffs are very important because unfortunately, it's not Juggernaut participating in them, but Luna is still a very important core, and she's working on a Manta style right now, which means that we haven't seen the extent of Bear's pushing power yet, but it is substantial.
I do feel like we see the best of Bears when they're behind. It just seems to be this repetitive thing where they do know how to play when they're dramatically behind. They've lost the early game. Of course, you would rather not lose the early game in the first place, but it's kind of almost like the opposite of Cloud9, who were known for taking early game advantages with their 5-man and then stalling out. Bears seem to know how to take disadvantages, play conservatively, find the right kind of pickoffs to turn the game back into their favor again.
Yeah, I think one of the most impressive thing about Bears is that they always really, they're very adaptive. Like, depending on how the game is going, not only in terms of play style, but the way that they'll itemize, it's all up for grabs. They don't walk into a game being like, this is the way it's going to go, and we're going to keep bashing our head against the wall until it finally works out.
Miracle, oh, vacuum back with the Stampede. They don't have counter vision. No, Bears! You've missed out on a huge kill. They could have gotten Miracle again. They're not going to find him. Oh, they drop a ward. Adam's going to be bumped back by Kuro ultimate, and that will be his death. Actually does hit the Sunstrike, so Kuro's a little bit low. That's 0 though. Miracle's trying to catch more with the Tornado. Bears do manage to dodge it and sit back. So as much as Bears, you know, we praise them, hey, they know how to play conservatively. They do realize some of these timings and such. Let's not forget that Liquid are very far ahead. Just because they got a pick off and took away an Aegis does not mean they're anywhere close to being able to attain control of this game again. And Liquid also know how to adapt, right? They know, okay, this team's playing conservatively and stuff, and they will occasionally push out for these picks. Let's go ahead and 5-man a bit more and secure our 10,000 gold lead and 10,000 experience. If Bears want to try and take that away from us, they're going to have to meet us 5v5.
And now maybe Liquid's a little bit more scared. Yapzor has completed his Blink Dagger on Centaur, and so what was the original issue of a severe lack of initiation on Bears' part has been somewhat mitigated. They would have really liked to use that on the Invoker kill top after Rubik found out, but unfortunately Stampede was used earlier, and just a Blink Dagger will not be enough to bring a Centaur into position. But I mean, he's working on his Ag next item, and that's going to be the real important item, assuming that Centaur is allowed to finish it.
Yeah, we'll see if he can, though. That item build that we talked about on Forev, he does go for just that. The mech Arcane Boots doesn't finish off the Greaves, probably because they were behind and they needed that Blink Dagger. Right. But they do reach that Blink Dagger timing around the same. They do have this opportunity. They do have some potential for really good team fight initiation if they can get the right Vacuum Stomp turned into the Eclipse. That can just straight up, those 3 abilities can win them the fight and get them multiple kills. But it doesn't seem like Liquid is giving them any, at least too much quarter for those opportunities. They're actually just split pushing right now, staying relatively grouped up, but pushing out the lanes that Bears are not in. Does mean Bears will get a tier 1 tower, traded for the tier 1 at bottom lane.
Yeah, see, even Invoker or Keeper, they're not confident in going for counter pushes anymore. At least Keeper won't be until he gets his Ag completed, which should be coming now. So he has his Ag now. So now he's just fine. Now he is perfectly okay with going for pushes, which I hope they defend this top tier 2 instead of trading, because I think a trade is in Bears' favor, not Liquid's favor. But actually, Bears back off.
Yeah, maybe not feeling comfortable with potentially Liquid fighting them at that tier 2. I don't think they had a whole lot of vision of what Liquid were up to, just the Weaver pushing bottom. They see him now, thanks to this ward, as Liquid do start getting a little bit closer to Matu, but I think they're a little bit scared of like maybe a smoke wraparound or something with Weaver TPing in, because there is still that shrine behind them if they push for tier 2, and that'd be a very dangerous fighting style, right? Liquid, especially with the Weaver, want to be able to make more chaotic team fights, while Bears need the clumped up, very uniform, hey, there's 3 heroes grouped up here, we hit the vacuum and host on.
GH recalling in Miracle. They have a bunch of vision. And Bears has no vision, but they know that there's a lot to be scared of.
Yeah, they don't seem to feel comfortable. I don't know. They do have a smoke, but
oh man, I don't think they should go for this.
I don't think so either, but they're going to try for it. They start streaming forward. They have a surge out. Attempted vacuum on the side. He had the right idea, but he didn't know exactly where Miracle was. They try and hit the stomp. They do hit it onto Miracle, but he does have that fresh up. Lincoln blocks a lot of the damage. Matumbaman's carrying Adam apart, and Mind Control's 1v1ing for Red pretty easily. It's all up to Firo now to try and get as much damage onto Miracle, but they can't do it. They're stuck inside the trees. Firo's going to have to TP out. Cold Snap stops him. He's done for, and Vada, he's left against 5 heroes all by himself. Fada has no chance in hell of getting out of here. A big fight for Bears, or excuse me, a big fight for Liquid as they take on all 5 mana Bears on a tier 2, which means they can go straight for the high ground push.
Okay, let's go inside the mind of a bear. You have a pretty underfarmed Juggernaut, basically leading a smoke that he wasn't even smoked under. The tower is already dead, so you don't even have tower damage to help you out. I guess Eclipse can somewhat mitigate the Ag Coddle, but not really. The Centaur didn't get a good blink. What was the best case scenario for Bears?
I think they're just desperate. I think they knew, they at least had the right idea that there were heroes aside here, and they're hoping they would just get the right kind of vacuum stomp, turn the fight. The telekinesis is not going to do a whole lot there. Firo tries to get the Omni Slash, but now going to be countered. He's done for. Melee racks also going to fall here. Liquid have taken 2 lanes of racks by 27.5 minutes.
It's daytime. Even if you're this desperate, you can't be just like foolish about it. And I mean, I've never seen a Deafening Blast take off that much damage from a Juggernaut, just the spell itself. But Miracle is level 22 with this experience gain thing. It's gone for like a pure aggression build, aside from the Lincolns, but the Blink Dagger BOTs, he's not concerned about stats, he's just concerned about making room for Matumba Man. And the other thing about that tier 2 bot is that they knew that Matumba Man had a freshly completed BKB as well, so even if they do manage to get initiation, they have to deal with time lapse and a BKB. So I don't know why they just didn't hold up for high ground, but I guess I can't keep harping on it as Roche goes down.
That'll be an Aegis for Matumba Man, who's got the completed Mjolnir alongside that BKB. Fishing Sunstrikes, not sure where it landed, but Adam does have the Shukuchi potential for initiation. Matumba Man's actually almost entirely out of mana. Has enough for a time lapse. Nice vacuum wall combination, though. That's going to be big with the hook stomp. They're going to be able to take out 2 almost immediately. Maybe Bears can actually win this fight. Matumba Man without mana and without a time lapse. Does have BKB for this next engagement, so they might just be able to fight this out if Miracle hits the right kind of combinations. First Tornado and EMP is not too much of a hit, but it will separate Firo enough for them to be able to right-click him down. Fada for Zeus out for GH does kind of Manta off that one. Oh, nice stun onto Matumba Man. Maybe you can finish him off. They did a little bit more, but he gets away. Fada, he does man up against GH God, but Miracle is too much for him to handle. They do pick up, thanks to the Bouncing Glades, the kill on GH, but the other kill that they really wanted, Matsu, he does manage to get away.
Man, that is super impressive. I thought that Bears was basically just like, whatever, man, let's just get this game over with. Let's take a fight outside of our towers. But, I mean, it makes sense. If you fight at your high ground, you're basically saying, like, yeah, we're going to lose the game. We're just stalling. Nicole finds the Centaur, but Centaur blinks out. So I am surprised that Liquid was not able to withstand that. I mean, really, the first casualties were the Slardar Spearbreaker. They were caught out of position, got vacuum walled, and then just got blown up. But taking down the Aegis, taking out another BKB charge of the Weaver, I mean, this is important stuff. I don't think it'll be enough, but every little bit helps.
Invoker rapidly closing in on that level 25. Make it that last stretch. Has the Octarine Core as well, so the damage is coming out over and over again. I'm still, you know, I'm Octarine Core with the Tornado reduction, that buff that it received.
Super low.
Maybe he'll go for it here. Burns out Yapso, all of his mana is gone. Gonna be charged up by Kuro, has the ultimate ready to go. Nice vacuum interception there, but it's not gonna be enough to save Yapsor, unfortunately. They need that progression into the Aghanim Scepter. Bears hope to make a desperate comeback here, but it just seems to never happen. Liquid are closing in on taking that last Rax.
1 step forward, 2 steps back. Thankfully, oh, they get a leak onto Fada, but he purchased it off. Yeah, I mean, like, Fada has not been able to participate in a majority of this game. He got that Eclipse off to finish off the Slardar and the Spearbreaker after that back wall, but that was just 2 targets, and it wasn't any of the cores. And even if it was a core, Matumba Man has still an 8-second BKB, which he might just use now.
Telekinesis, but they needed more follow-up, more stuns to be able to come out. BKBs all around from Liquid, so they just ignoring all this Eclipse. Fada is left with just physical damage, and that'll never be enough. So Liquid are able to take game number 1 against Bears pretty handedly, too. I have to say, the Weaver, Slardar did manage, like Weaver especially, getting aggressive early, did a lot for them. I think that Bears And it was that mid lane defense. I think that actually just broke Bears in many.
Inside the book that I wrote are all the words that we spoke, yet only with our eyes. Now is the time to choose. Somebody wins and some lose. I can see through your disguise. Lay down, hope for something better. Looking at the clouds, the sliver in the weather. You can't keep this up. The lies are just too much. Kick back, start another fire. Looking at the clouds, making shapes that you admire. And you can't stop it now, 'cause you don't know how. confession that you're my obsession. You're pulsing through me. The blood is rushing and I am trusting you'll come save me. My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me. Won't you come and rescue me? My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me. The reasons why I need to hold on to everything. I don't know what to say now. I need to hold on to.
much more now. I can't hold on to everything. I don't know what to say now.
Qualifiers Grand Finals, Team Liquid versus Bears. This is game number 2 if you missed it. Bears did manage to beat out Cloud9 in a 2-0, a very tense game 1, which Cloud9 put up one hell of a fight, but game 2 very one-sided, whereas game 1 of this grand final, it's already turned very one-sided to Liquid. Looking to be the top dog in this European qualifier, or is Bears going to show them something they don't expect? They already did something we didn't expect in game 1, picked up a Centaur support in a Slardar-esque fashion, but didn't exactly work for Bears. Maybe they need something a little bit more reliable. One of the things it's not going to be, though, it's not going to be Earth Spirit. Team Liquid first ban that one.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
Well, I mean, it seems like Liquid did respect that Centaur, though. They ban away a Centaur. Maybe, you know, they're also afraid of an offlane Centaur for whatever reason, but it does give Kuro a pause, and he bans it away instead of banning away the lone Druid. Maybe that is
Radiant team pick.
Maybe the Centaur would have gone well with Bears in whatever lineup they plan to do with this lone Druid. Maybe that's Kuro's thinking, because very clearly he's baiting out the lone Druid. He instant picks the Slardar and he goes for a Dazzle next.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I've already seen it. It still seems it still seems quite strong. But it's not to say like it wasn't unbeatable in 7.0, right? So it's got to be, even though the nerfs didn't hit him incredibly hard, it's got to be a bit easier. One of the things I've noticed is that teams have tried to get very aggressive into Lone Druid and mess up his timing, where Lone Druids, I think, are a bit weaker, around 20-25 minutes, and then also hit them very hard before they get to level 20, which is usually around 30-35 minutes.
Team ban.
Yeah, because it seems like, well, all branches of his tree got nerfed, aside from Spirit Bear getting more armor, but I don't think that we'll see a primary Spirit Bear this game, even though it would be very fitting with the team name. I am like Lone Druid's still good, obviously, but it's not easy to push anymore, for one thing, because the range got reduced and the damage also got reduced. And while Lone Druid was kind of snowbally in this previous iteration, I think the most important thing was slowing down the snowball. And so not only are teams more eager to take the fight to the Lone Druid, but even if they give the Lone Druid a little bit of space, it's not as easy to recover as the Lone Druid.
So our bans include Terrorblade and Weaver, 2 heroes that match up pretty well against Lone Druid. One hero that is normally picked up against Lone Druid that is not banned is the Sniper, which is something kind of interesting. While Liquid, they take away Timbersaw, probably one of the better defensive style heroes, as well as the Axe. I guess the Axe is a potential counter initiator or the Slardar initiation. I guess that makes sense to some degree.
Yeah, but another common counter I see is Lifestealer, and Lifestealer is still in the pool. I don't know if Liquid will go for it, or if Kuro has some other carry in mind, but I am curious if Liquid's going to double down on this armor strategy. Go for a Beastmaster.
So this is I like this because Team Liquid was one of the few teams willing to run Beastmaster before he received the 7.02 buffs to his talent trees, and nobody else was touching him. And I think a large part was we established the meta of offlaners was being you needed to have an early mech sustain type hero, or you needed to be able to have a early initiator. And Beastmaster doesn't fill any one of those. He doesn't give you sustain, and his initiation is a bit delayed. But what Liquid did is when they grabbed this Beastmaster, they were very aggressive with two of their heroes, their floor position, and I think it was their safe laner. They were very aggressive and bought a lot of time for mind control, and he was able to finish up Necronomicon 1 and then went into the Blink Dagger. So his timing, it was actually a bit sped up than you would normally see out of Beastmaster, but also he was given the space to work with.
Tidehunter.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah, this does seem like something that is a bit out of left field. I know, like, whenever I explain the concept of, like, the mech or initiating offlaner, people always said, like, oh, but what about Tidehunter? Why isn't he being picked? Because he's both, right? He's sustained, he gets you an early mech, and he's a Blink Dagger initiator for you. And the answer is he's just too slow in the fact that he's so cooldown dependent, and the meta before was very fast-paced, 5-man team fight, go, go, go. It was very high-octane, and Tidehunter, he can win you one team fight, but he's probably going to lose you the following two because of such a long cooldown on that ultimate. But I think we are slowing things down a bit. I think teams are playing a bit more split pushy. We found ways to be able to work around these shrines better. I think in general, everyone is slowing down. We even saw Cloud9 into 7.02 slow down their pushes a bit more. So maybe that does leave room for the Tidehunter as an offlaner here, but Tusk now being picked up for Bears, another hero that received a big 7.02 buff.
Okay, well, if nothing else, at least Bears is putting on an exhibition of what to expect from these buffed heroes. Did Tidehunter even receive,
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he did. I remember he got a slight experience buff. He has now what Tusk has at level 10. He has at level 15 a 35% experience gain as opposed to the 30% he used to have. And then control left it. Looks like he has a level 25 talent, -5 gush armor to -6. That means nothing. So
yeah,
I don't
the
think
alternative is 20% cooldown reduction at 25. So okay,
yeah.
So it's not.
I don't think either
talent.
one of those.
Yeah,
that buff I think very clearly does not put Tidehunter in his place, which is why I'm searching for a slight change in meta that allows this Tidehunter to be a decent pickup as the answer to why this hero is being picked for Bears rather than a 7.02 change.
Okay, but then the Tusk pickup, it kind of implies that you want early aggression, but maybe they want this like mech style Tidehunter, and then Tusk is just gonna, like a tiny toss style snowball the Tidehunter in, and then at that point the fight is well committed. The enemy team is like, okay, well, we're getting snowballed on. We need to take this fight. Tidehunter is also inside that snowball. I don't want to get close to it. I'm sorry, whoever's getting snowballed on, you're probably dead.
I think it is going to be a combination. I think it may be a combination of Bears taking some Cloud9 favor and using this lone druid to bully down early towers. And how can Liquid fight you when you have Ravage and Tusk to initiate?
You just can't, especially with the early mech. So you're just going to have to let some of these outer towers fall. And they may also be searching for a tri-lane matchup and give Tidehunter a 1v1 versus Beastmaster, as he would be one of the few heroes that could deal with that lane thanks to Kraken Shell against the boars.
10 seconds
remaining. Well, early game that works out, but I fear that Miracle is just going to turn Snowball into his plaything with the amount of setup that it'll offer, because so many of Invoker spells can benefit from that kind of telegraphed movement, especially if there are multiple heroes inside of it. And I mean, even if Invoker gets targeted by the Snowball, he just ghost walks out and he'll probably be able to outrun it. So I am worried that this Tidehunter is going to be running out of mana a lot, because he'll emerge from a Snowball and be face first into an EMP.
Well, I think that kind of takes away the tri-lane, at least with Slark anyway. Yeah. I don't think you're running aggro versus aggro. So maybe Rubik and Tusk are going to join Tide in tri-lanes occasionally and try and put pressure on Team Liquid, but it is very dependent on what their last safe laner is. It does mean Bears are going to be running a lone druid mid, and it also means they have I think a very clear separation in timings. You have the early game where you can bully down towers, and you have this potential mech, and you have this Tidehunter Ravage and the Lone Druid taking towers and everything. You have this 4-man that feels pretty good in team fights and pretty good at taking towers 10 to 15 minutes. And then I think you have like this very deep valley where both Slark and Lone Druid are not the carries that they will be late game. And maybe they're pick-off heroes and split-push heroes, but they're not going to be as impactful in the mid-game as most likely Team Liquid's cores are going to be with the Invoker and now Necrophos, a very mid-game heavy fighting hero.
Wow. So Bears last bent out the Lycan, and I thought that would have fit in perfectly, and Liquid was probably banking on getting a Lycan. Necrophos is a direction completely opposite from that. Yeah, very mid-game heavy, but also not really the best against what Bears have. Like, I mean, it's Lone Druid in range form is pretty squishy, but I mean, like, Necrophos doesn't mind going against tanky heroes because Reaper Scythe just works on percentage base. Slark is going to be going into Shadow Dance, and I guess Ghost Shroud will help, but the Slark is probably going to get a very early Diffusal Blade, and I'm curious what Necrophos is, like, how active is this Necrophos going to be, because it's their one position, right?
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be a safe lane Necrophos for sure. I think part of it is the Necrophos deals with Tidehunter fine in lane, whereas melee heroes would be a bit inhibited. I think it's also the fact the Tidehunter, because if you think about it, right, if he gets stunned up once and he's able to rely on Kraken Shell to be able to take those disables off, and he can just go ahead and pop the Ravage as is necessary. But Reaper Scythe is not something you can just Kraken Shell off. So if he gets disabled, say Beastmaster stuns him or Slardar finds the initiation, and they look to nuke this guy down, and he gets the Kraken Shell, and he's thinking like, okay, I'm about 2/3 HP, I'll just go ahead and Ravage now. He's going to get Reaper Scythe, and then the rest of the damage is going to come in from Liquid, and this guy is going to get dropped potentially before he has that big impact in team fights he's supposed to, because Tidehunter is part of the thing is he gets Blink Dagger later on, but early on, he's supposed to be this mech cavern. He's supposed to be the frontline hero, the tanky guy that you can't actually bring down. Necrophos is the one hero who could actually respond to that, thanks to his ult.
He'll need follow-up from Liquid, though. Like, this Necro will not be able to do it by himself. And so Beastmaster is... these days, I don't even see Beastmasters get Blink Dagger first sight. I see Necrobook be far more favored these days, though Liquid did not get the Lycan 5th pick, so maybe they will revert Beastmaster into being an initiator as opposed to being probably the push helper. But I mean, it's going to be GH's Slardar blink timing and Beastmaster's first sight, whatever it is, that creates the openings for Necro, assuming that Tusk can snowball foolishly and do the initiating for Liquid.
Unable to take the enemy bounty rune, they will do a 2-for-2 split. But I do think you're right? It's like the Beastmaster's slow, Invoker is a little bit slow. I think that Liquid are looking at a very solidified 30-minute timing when they have Blink on GH, they have Necronomicon Blink on Beastmaster. This is certainly not going to be a lineup that I think can contest the 10-minute push that we're talking about. Adam's stuck, and Adam is going to have to snowball into the trees to get out, but a huge heal comes out from Kuro and eliminates him before he can do so. So there's your first blood.
Man, he was really asleep at the wheel there. He could have eaten a tango much earlier. He could have targeted a snowball and basically broken down a bunch of trees, but he was pretty confident that he was going to get out of there. Enter mind control, enter a 3-hero shadow wave, and wow, okay, this tri-lane is already looking really nice for Liquid.
Yeah, big start. Adam's not even going to come back to lane. He, with his early boots, is going to start making his way up to, I'm guessing top, though. You kind of need your level 2 to really pressure this this Necrovos. And also part of the problem is Anchor Smash is physical damage, which I believe should be ignored by Ghost Shroud, but I know there's been some awkward interactions in the past with Ghost Shroud and physical damage spells.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but regardless, as a ranged hero, he should be just fine. And as a ranged hero, mid, Invoker is usually fine, but this bear is causing a lot of irritations along with Adam just cruising around looking for a snowball. If Miracle just thinks about going out of position.
The hero is getting no love in this safe lane, left with only Yapzor to protect him, and this aggro tri-lane, which does seem to be quite better for Liquid. The hero is going to be pretty delayed in farm, is not going to have his fast level 6 that he would enjoy. It does mean a little bit more free farm for Fada. As you said, he's dealing well with Miracle and getting a good CS advantage there, but I'm pretty sure you would much rather be Liquid in this laning phase. The Slurk is not a hero that can afford a bad start.
And Firo would love to rotate, but Liquid is more than happy to bring the lane to wherever Firo wants to go. I mean, a Slark 1v1 against a Necro? Yeah, sure, you'd take that any day, but that's not going to happen. So, I mean, Firo may go for a TP rotation a little bit later on. Hope that Tidehunter can bully out the Necro and maybe get some farm, but the way that this lane is going, like, Slark needs an early advantage against Liquid's team, because if Necro gets larger than Slark, then Slark is not going to be able to do anything. It's Ghost Shroud is going to be just free vulnerability mid lane. Nice.
Cold snap. Oh, the snowball. He doesn't even pick Fada. Unfortunately, the Sunstrike was not there, landing onto Fada. He forces the bear onto Miracle a little bit more. Both GH and Miracle are low enough they could have died there, but no level 5 just
lane,
yet.
Firo taking a lot of damage from axes, but he gets out.
Mind Control, very interesting builds. 102 builds, where normally we see Call of the Wild maxed out. I'm sure he's still going to go for that Call of the Wild maxed out first, but to start, he gives them the attack speed and axes.
Yeah, it is surprising, because usually Slarks have a really hard time having to deal with the boar, because there is no easy spell that they can toss to just get rid of it, and Rubik does not want to blow Fade Bolt, and at least Rubik is managing to get some farm as we get a charge in on mid, but GH gets discouraged.
Farev wishes he had a different 1v1, but it's 17-1 to him, so he's still going to get the farm necessary. The problem is he can't really pressure Matumba Ban, and even if Adam did come up top lane, they don't have the kill power, the burst damage to be able to punish that Necrophos. Mind Control is going to be pulled back. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I was like, oh, he's going to get a pounce and a neat tower. Like, they'll get a bit of chip damage. The Crow says, no. Shadow Wave level 2. Fear me.
Oh, think about it.
Oh! Nice setup by Liquid. They are dumpstering Firo's Slark. He is getting no love.
Where do you go as Slark? You can't, like, even the Beastmaster solo is an issue, which is why GH and Kuro are both going after this bear. TP rotation.
Oh, the right ice shards could do a lot for them here. They're going to snowball onto Kuro.
They could grave TP, but no.
They easily get that kill. I thought for sure he was going to go for the Slardar. I guess they're the same level, so it doesn't
Nah, he got roared, and so he couldn't even do anything.
Yeah. 1-2. CS lead for Necrophos and Beastmaster right now. His Beastmaster has level 4, soon to be level 5. The Call of the Wild is going to be all the more dangerous. Fada does not have Savage War, so he's going to be caught here. Telekinesis stalls up some of the damage from GH. They also have the Snowball on a Miracle. Fada sticks around for that one. They actually do get the kill. Nice pickup. GH drops pretty low as well. Fortunately, a Crush will delay the bear from pursuing.
These roots are saving Fada's life, and we got an uphill miss as well during the cold snaps. So yeah, Miracle's not having the best luck. Meanwhile, Firo going in on Mind Control, really aggressive.
Trying for it, he does have the rotation from GH, so Mind Control stands his ground, fights, does have the vision on it. Firo Sunstrike is going to miss, but it also means Firo has to go back into GH and Mind Control. The Crutch finishes him off. The supports just aren't there fast enough. Though. Catch Mind Control at least. make that a pretty good trade-off, actually, now that I think about it. Firo, you hate every single death on that hero, but Mind Control was getting a lot more out of his lane.
And Yapzor needs all he can get as well. This Rubik is not getting very many levels. He just now hit 4 after that kill, so it's very important that the supports don't get left behind, because if your Slark gets left behind and your supports get left behind, then there's very little way that you can deal with the push, because there's no aggression coming up against this free-farming Necro. Another pounce on Mind Control.
Mind Control could be dead here. They have so much extra. The ice... Adam! All right. I mean, it's been a while since Tusk was, you know, in the meta.
True.
He's probably rusty.
Very true. At
That
least he
was
has
real
pretty
bad.
Igloo cosmetic.
Yeah. Oh, I love that cosmetic.
Oh, man, I know.
The quack every single time. Quack. The penguin. Stuff.
Water.
Furev had to go back to base. He's on a 1v1 against a Necrophos, and his Shrine was down, so he couldn't stick around in lane anymore. But he does have his Arcane Boots, and he is working towards those mech. It's kind of one of those 1v1s. It's like the Nyx Assassin 1v1s, you know, where it's like, you're not going to win that matchup, but you are going to get what you need to be an effective hero in the mid-game.
If he was more concerned, he would have gone for an Iron Talon, and he would have just said, screw it, I don't care about this lane anymore. I'm just going to go jungle. But he's fine just getting Anchor Smash for him.
Picks up a quick gush kill. GH is sitting here waiting for Yapzor to be slightly out of position for Mind Control to finish him off. The Sunstrike isn't enough, but maybe the Axes will be. GH tries to run him down, does have another crush. He's going to wait for that.
Wow.
Okay. Primal Roar. Not like it has a long cooldown anyway, so.
True. Now 3 heroes bought, though, so hopefully Liquid can get a push out of this, because it's a fair amount of commitment just for support Rubik. So Slark is, I mean, he sees everything that goes by. He's like, thank God that wasn't me.
I do feel like Bears, thanks to rotations, like a couple kills in bottom lane, but also the kills in mid, have managed to keep this static laning phase a bit at bay, right? If we just maintain our defensive tri lane down there and the 1v1 at top, Liquid would have had a huge lead by now, but it does seem to be kind of sticking around at just a 1,500 gold lead and around 750 experience. The tower is obviously going to mean a lot for Liquid. Big jump in gold for them, but I think for the most part, this setup was real bad for Bears, and they did the best they could with it.
Yeah, it's a marked difference from game 1, where I feel that Bears got pretty rattled by how much space Matumba Man was creating. They were like, we need to do something. And now they're going for a kill on GH mid.
Should be pretty easy. A snowball is going to come out, and no need for Ravage. And this is where this pressure that we were alluding to early on can come. They've got the Ravage. They don't have the mech yet, but the presence of the Tidehunter is going to be really hard for Liquid to deal with anyway, since he is so tanky. And you've got the level 4 bear.
Sunstrike.
Oh no, Hero dies again. Furev tries to TP to help him out, but they're not going to be able to get a counter kill onto Mind Control. Mid lane, they try and poke there, but it seems like this mid lane push, without the Tidehunter, I don't think they're going to be able to commit to this. So yeah, they back up a little bit.
I mean, hell, even with the Tidehunter, would they really feel
Adam, they know you're here. He's got the snowball. He can buy himself some time. Oh, he actually snowballed to a creep there towards the very end. Nicely played. GH is still going to try and chase him down. Now he's got the crush, but it doesn't actually land in time. Telekinesis a bit too fast. Yapzor gets there just in the nick of time to save his ally, as he would have died to the follow-up Sunstrike, most likely.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that was pre-casted. He was really banking on that crush landing. Otherwise, he could have probably skill shot the Sunstrike and maybe even got the kill freestyle. But now this push is a little bit more intimidating. Tidehunter is still in the bot lane with Slark. It looks like Liquid are shrining up and they want to go in now.
Yeah, Necrophos just took the top lane tower. The mid lane tower is more important for objectives, but I think after taking that tower, Matu might feel comfortable TPing in. He did go for the Hand of Midas, so he is, despite his net worth, looks rather lackluster in team fights, but this will obviously... We knew Liquid were not going to be super fight heavy into Bears anyway. I think the fact that they've just staged a response and defended their mid tower is really good. Like, they kept that tower alive without committing to fight. So we know they're going to be focused more in 30 minutes. Reaper-sized Sunstrike. That is a beautiful combo.
That's filthy. I can't, like, I thought the roar and the Sunstrike was disgusting enough, but that's kind of expected. But Scythe, have some mercy.
Nobody can be won against this Necrophos, not with an Invoker mid. Not once you get level 6, that's
so
for
not
sure.
really a 1v1.
Yeah, that's true. That is a heavy amount of damage that the Sunstrike's outputting. What is that? A 350 damage, pure damage nuke. Most of these heroes will go down to half health from that.
Including Forev, who is still working his way towards the mechanism, still around like 600 gold away, but at least he's doesn't have to be too scared of the Beastmaster, who doesn't have that much mana. But yeah, I mean, he will fall to the Sunstrike, whatever other ult is used combination. Now a 4,000 gold lead, about 2,000 experience for Liquid. Fada turns to melee form, tries to get that extra damage out as he chips away at the mid tower. There is going to be the rotation. To be Matu comes in and is going to lend that helping hand with his heavy amount of experience lead now. Level 12 by 11 minutes. That's what the Hand of Midas and that solo pickoffs had done for him. No, another failed ice shards. GH gets out. I don't really know if... Well, I don't know what the traditional Necro build is. Is it usually Blink Dagger first or no?
It depends. I think there's a different build for almost every single carry who's run the Necrophos. We've seen a couple of mid Necrophoses go Veil. We've seen the Madara. He goes for the same build almost every single time, where he goes Force Staff, Ags into Blink. Matu, this is, I think, one of the first Hand of Midases that I've seen, though I think a large part is the total free farm he had in the top lane, and really was not scared of rotations. So I think this is a very unique build by Necrophos that you probably can't afford too often, this Hand of Midas.
No, and unfortunately it does get spotted out by this Radiant Ward near the Dire Shrine, so now Lone Druids should probably pay a little bit more carefully. No, it's going back into range for him. This is risky. They get the tower. Tumberman really wants to show off his Blink Dagger, but the rest of his team just isn't in position.
Yeah, I think they have to wait until the Blink Dagger's up on GH. We said the timings for Liquid, it's not going to be super early. They need to wait until the initiation is up on Slardar. And the... Okay, different build from Mind Control. Not Necrobook, not even Blink Dagger first. Shadowblade first.
Okay.
This is cool.
Get into this, yeah. So, I guess.
I mean, a large part of this is going to be the Slark, right? He has no chance to Dark Pack in a lot of these situations. He's just going to get Primal Roared from Invis, Sunstruck, and potentially even a Reaper Sight.
Assuming he doesn't notice that he loses this. Oh man, Firo going aggressive and punished.
Dark Pack not going to be there to save him. They attempt to try and snowball save Adam. Is not quick enough though, and Slark does go down again. This is Firo 0-4-2 now. We have not seen Firo shut down quite like this. We've seen him pressured. The mid lane, sometimes he's playing SF and such. He's been pressured before, but never shut down this hard.
It's because he was put in the safe lane, you know? Fada was just like, I want the mid lane this time. And, I mean, Fada's doing just fine. He's managing to take down the mid-tier 1, and he's hitting his timing. He has the Dragonlance and his first talent completed. But really, the second talent when Lone Druid really turns on. And I would hope that right now with this fresh Blink Dagger on Matumbaman that Liquid wants to turn up the aggression, and the Shadowblade completed for Mind Control. But I don't really know if they're going to find openings.
Blink up, EGH, we'll see where they go. Maybe this will be a good smoke opportunity. First Blink Dagger timing is usually a very common smoke. But then again, Liquid can just play for more time. They're working. Montu is going to go the Aghanim Scepter first. That's, I think, respectable. Blink Dagger, I guess, Force Staff is better against Ice Shards, but both Ice Shards and Snowball you're going to see coming. So I think Blink Dagger, this is one of the games he doesn't have to worry about like that sort of instant Blink damage, where Blink Dagger as a defensive item is not going to be as warranted. I think the Blink here is a lot better than it would be in most games.
Yeah, it all comes down to how strong of an early game you were able to get away with, and very strong as we see them take an uncontested approach. Tier 2 might go down bot. Forev is TPing to the shrine, so he might suspect something, or he might be walking to his death. No, our team's gonna rotate.
Mind Control with this Shadowblade might just be able to...
out.
Nice counter. Yeah, that was a good call.
That was a very preemptive ward. Tusk had placed that whenever they were first pushing the tower, and this is one of the disadvantages of going the Shadowblade on the Beastmaster. The other one, like, yeah, it would be great to get the jump on the Slark, but if Slark is paying attention, he'll notice that his Shadow Dance passive will have timed out, and he'll probably hit the Dark Pact, but, you know, it's all, like, you need to be really on point to get that.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, man. If Slark wasn't so far behind, I would say Bears are kind of doing what they need to stay in this game. I mean, Vada, he's had some pretty good farm. Like, that's not a problem. It's just that Necrophos and Invoker with their minuses are so far ahead of him, and as well as the Tidehunter, who now has his Blink mech. But hey, everything can change with the Blink Dagger, right? You never know. The Blink Dagger Ravage, you get the right team fight, and everything can go the way of Bears once again.
Liquid hands them a team fight. Right now they're just letting Matumba Man push by himself with a little bit of protection detail in the Radiant jungle, but I mean, he has an Aegis, he's pushing this tier 2 uncontested, he's got his big old plus 40 damage talent, so don't let anyone tell you that Necro's not a split pusher, as GH finds a lot of Radiant heroes.
Nice smoke popping. GH, I was going to say, he's well positioned to break smokes, and that's exactly what happened. Matumba Man does pop his first Ghost Round, has that Aegis, so we're probably going to have an engagement here. Matumba Man is very likely to go down, but Liquid are going to try and respond. Now, they don't have the Invoker, they just have the Sunstrike to be able to fight around here, but a Blink out from Matumba Man is going to be pursued out. The Gush slows him down, but the Boar is going to prevent a lot of Bears. GH was thinking about jumping forward and going under Forev, but I think Matumba Man has made the call. He doesn't want to try and go back into that engagement without Miracle nearby. Miracle's here now, so they may continue the tier 2 push.
They only had some way of making sure that Necro couldn't blink out, but they don't have any like pre-castable damage, and I think Telekinesis is on cooldown from Yapzor, so should have been a free kill on a Necro and an Aegis claimed, but I guess you'll take one half of it if you can.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if Bears fight this. I think Liquid's too big right now.
I've said that before, and Bears decides to take fights anyway, so here we are.
And they do have the Ravage Liquid trying to initiate on the bottom, bring it down within his sight, but it's not even close. They also have to save the snowball towards the end there. Want to turn around Liquid. They try and get too aggressive on the Bears. They're going to pay the price, unless maybe this meatball is going to be enough here on the back lines. Managed to get away with an ultimate. And it looks like he's good. He's going to heal off that damage, but Matumba Man is going to get dropped. The pullback there, just enough. Yapzor gets him with the Fade Bolt. Weave. Oh my god, that's 366 damage from an Invoker. With that last physical damage hit, Sunstrike is gonna miss on Bears. Liquid, I think they actually paid quite a heavy price for taking that tier 2 tower. They picked up 2 supports on the side of Bears, but they got 1,000 gold from those fights. Looks like 371 on Tidehunter. He was the big winner.
Necro going down is critical, even though they didn't get the Invoker, and in most games you do need to be the most concerned about what Miracle is up to. At least they get this. It's a non-physical damage dealing core. The Necro is going to fall off at some point. Ag scales, sure, but Necro as a hero is going to cap out once he gets. If he goes for a Dagon, which I don't think would be a bad idea this game. He can, I mean, he can keep putting levels in it, but eventually Slark might put a DK, and then what happens?
It did seem like Liquid just messed up the execution there. They weren't even close to killing Fada. I expected some sort of faster damage, and I'm not sure what that would have been.
They were kind of banking on a Sunstrike. There was a 6 snowball to protect Fada, and so a lot of that damage was just mitigated.
Hero's going to be able to catch GH, but turn around, Reaper Sight, not going to be close again, and there's the snowball as well. The Sunstrike's going to come in. What a meteor, definitely flash. Matumba Man's going to get saved on the shallow grave, and Bears, it looks so good. For one bright, shining moment, they counter the play of Liquid, and then it all goes to shit. It's Miracle, traps all over them with a beautiful meteor deafening blast, and quite the save from Kuro.
Oh god, watch this bear in the skull. No, he's okay. He's
no, run Bear.
He actually got body blocked by his creeps, and Fata used the return to continue the chase. Yeah, that meatball, like I said, you need to be concerned about what Liquid is doing at all times. Matumba Man, just the decoy. Really nice snowball to make sure that the Slark didn't die underneath that Reaper Scythe, but, I mean, you can keep your people alive for only so long, and the support cast of Liquid are just doing so much more than what Bears' supports are even able to do.
Yeah, they're not really capable of much. They're trying to get the Blink Dagger onto Yapzor. They're going to 4-man smoke up with a TP in from Forev. He blinks forward. to take out some of these creeps that are harassing down this tier 2. Fearo's going to make the jump onto Kuro. This defensive healer is the first one that needs to go down. He shallow graves himself, and Rubik will gladly steal that one. That is actually a very valuable steal for upcoming team fights as Liquid say goodbye to Captain Kuro.
Yeah, this is a maxed out scythe, so Rubik is going to be able to cast that just fine, no cast delay. So that means that Tusk Snowball, ooh, Sunstrike doesn't connect. Tusk Snowball doesn't have to be used exclusively defensively, but Adam might be able to use it aggressively, which, like, Tidehunter has been holding on to Ravage. We've only seen one Ravage this entire game so far, and, I mean, he's had a Blink Dagger map completed for a while, so any fights that they can take while this thing is off cooldown, they just want to constantly keep Ravage off cooldown.
Yeah, you could see, you talked about it in the draft. You said that Snowball kind of T-balls up Invoker for really big plays, and that's exactly what happened mid, right? Without a Blink Dagger, Adam has to snowball in from a distance and just let it go, and he has to pick people up on the way in for most of the parts. So it means the Snowball, there's a very clear trajectory that you can see. It T-balls up the Invoker. Now that you've got this Rubik save with the Shallow Grave and the Blink Dagger now in, you don't have to have Adam with these attempted saves that just allows Invoker to hit whatever he wants.
I am very surprised that Rubik was able to complete this Blink Dagger. Yapzor must have been banking a goal this whole time. He's 2, 3, and 3, which on a Rubik is a pretty standard affair, but I guess Tusk is... Oh, wow.
That's the Blink, double Blinks, Reaper Scythe, and a Sunstrike from the Miracle, I believe.
It's an Ag Reaper Scythe, too, so this... Poor Slark. Not that he was gonna... Wait. Oh, yeah. It's just...
It doesn't
reduction.
Yeah. It does mean it'll always be up for these team fights, and it means Liquid's initiation is all the more key. Once you have this Ags, you get that initial kill, and you get the big upgrade and Death Pulse, and all the regen comes his way. It means you just run over those team fights, because in not too long, the Reaper Scythe is going to be up again.
Like it is now, as they push up this high ground.
And there's still 30 seconds left for the Slark.
There's no Aegis, otherwise Liquid would feel pretty gung-ho about going for this high ground push, but right now they're just cool. Letting Matumba Man get more items. I mean, I had said that Necro will cap out, but that's still a long ways to go. Right now he's going for Shivas, so a little bit more burst damage and makes this already sad Slark attack even slower. Diffusal Blade would have been nuts to get, but Fearo is a long ways away from that. Still going for an Echo Saber right now, so it's going to take a while.
Yeah, it certainly is. Liquid. Mind Control is quite the innovator here. Oh, Blink Telekinesis onto Matumba Man. He does have the Ghost Shroud up. A Savage Roar, and before he can actually get that off, now gets off the Ghost Shroud, but it's too late. Perev's physical damage Anchor Smash spell did indeed hit him during Ghost Shroud, and that will finish him off.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Clutch timing on the Savage Roar, because if he had gone into Ghost Shroud, they wouldn't have had enough damage to kill him through that little bit of physical immunity. I don't think he would have gotten out, but the rest of Liquid was coming into position. Kuro would have probably been in position for a grave, so they keep picking off Matumba Man, and it's valuable because the Slark is so far behind that every small kill, even though it's with his whole team, gives him a big boost. He's now level 15.
Yeah, just like getting some of those later stats. He's just actually, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he went for agility. I thought maybe strength was the option, but because he's so squishy. But then again, every bit of strength you get is like, its efficacy is halved by Reaper Scythe in the presence of that ability, so.
Which is, I'm also curious that Rubik went for the Blink Dagger as opposed to something like a Glimmer Cape, which would have been maybe a little bit more useful, but I guess right now they want initiation. If they can manage to find the Necrophos, they want to make sure they can keep him locked down. They want to be able to be the aggressors rather than just being like, oh god, we're getting scythed, I need to save all my teammates.
Miracle with his scouting Sunstrikes, always keeping tabs on Bears and what they're up to. They're checking out the Roshan pit, but Roshan is not up yet.
Lone Druid has quietly been farming away, has hit his level 15 talent, has a full Mjolnir completed, so this is... Bears isn't hurting for cores. We just haven't seen the proper initiation that lets these cores do their work quite yet. It's like Ancients, Yapsor.
He stole Corrosive Haze. That's going to let the Tidehunter do a lot more, even just right-clicking GH. But Yapsor goes a little bit too far. The Reaper Scythe won't finish him off. Does receive a helping hand with the Ice Shards as well, but he's surely dead. They do manage to finish off the Slardar 1-for-1 trade-off, though. What happened in mid lane? Miracle, they actually managed to kill Fada. Mind Control and Miracle joined forces. And they're going to be able to get Farev on his way back to the base as well. Mind Control, I want to talk about this build. I don't know if you've ever seen anything like this, if somebody from the other regions has been picking this up, but this is quite a different build from Beastmaster than we've seen for the longest time, which has been Necrobook and Blink for time and time again. Shadowblade Vlad's into an AC. Mind Control turned himself into one hell of a right clicker.
We're seeing that right now, even helping out the rest of his team be solid right clickers. The AC isn't completed yet, so it's not a full-on push, but 4 points Inner Beast, Hyperstone complete for Mind Control. Yeah, these are some serious right clicks.
They have no problem bringing down the tier 3 and the melee racks with their swarm of, they've got the whole entire zoo out. Pull back here attempted by Yapsor. Not going to be able to catch the Invoker. They're going to try and go on Matumba Man just like before. Fear throws out that early Shadow Dance in fear of the Reaper's Scythe. And he will manage to blink himself away. Summit Cuirass now complete for the Beastmaster. Hell, I won't be surprised if this game goes late enough. You could see like a Basher Abyssal Blade up next for him.
Yo, he took plus 12 strength talent, so yeah, I mean, he's gearing up to be able to slice people up with these axes. Or
dude, he's going for the level 25 plus 120 damage.
Oh, hell yes. That's what I want to see.
Carry Beastmaster, baby. That's what he wants.
The most unexpected thing is the Shadowblade first, which I still haven't really seen this Shadowblade do anything. I mean, it's creative, sure, I love it, but aside from giving him some stats at the attack speed, he hasn't been using it for initiation. But Vlad's AC, I can understand that justification, but I mean, I kept harping on how Necrophos is going to kick out because he doesn't have any right click. Sure, turn your Beastmaster into a right clicker, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the Beastmaster, this is like these two items to AC and Vlad, so we should say those are common items.
Smoke.
Maybe they can get the quick kill onto Matumba Man. They still have the Ravager, going to throw it out now, thinking there's going to be more heroes behind it, but the Shallow Grave is still there. And now the Shrine, which Matumba Man's going to get the whole heal out of. They managed to get a Meatball out, which is going to force 3 members of Bears back, while Zero is not doing enough damage to really be able to kill Kuro. They brought him down with the Reaper Scythe, the Primal Roar onto Fada as well. The 2 damage dealers are dead. Yapsor tried to blink in to help out, and looks like Farev got hunted down by Miracle and GH, who are also going to be able to catch Adam. Adam throwing out the snowball, but he is not going anywhere fast. Look at that. Miracle, you're just styling on them. That is just naughty.
Juggle them. Juggle those balls, Miracle. Yeah, you earned that one. This is what I was concerned about with the Tusk pickup. And Stardar's like, hey guys, Roche is... And they're like, I don't care. Let's just win.
No, nobody cares.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And that's it. 2-0 from Liquid. They had an intense series the first go around, but Liquid, I mean, I said this whole entire qualifier, they looked unstoppable. They looked like nobody could touch them. And Bears, they laid a hand on Liquid once. And it seems like once is all it's going to be, as this grand finals turns out to be a very one-sided affair, and Team Liquid show themselves to be very clearly the most dominant team in the European qualifiers and well worth the invite to DAC.
Bye.